Hello, 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 everybody. Just in time. But welcome. How are you doing? So, go with anxiety web first. Let's go. Welcome, welcome, Esther as well. How are you two doing? Hi, Judith, and how are you, Mill? Welcome, welcome, guys. Oh, I'm so excited. I missed you all. Oh, we did so much the past week. So we had like guests over, right? I told you. It was like Zach's cousin and her boyfriend, and they are super into like they're studying biology, and they're super into like bird watching and animal watching and stuff like this. And they have like one of those like I don't know. There's essentially, so from what I gathered, as information, there's apparently like an app where, like, it's for people like really into bird watching or like animal watching and stuff like this. And you can like upload pictures of the animals you've seen, and then you get like, then like somebody or AI, I don't even know, is watching like over it, and picking the animal you like found, and then you get like points. And apparently there's like a ranking list of like who spotted the most like animals or something in a year and stuff like this. And so yeah, they were on the mission here, and we went out like super much. I sadly, I don't know how it's called. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I just was along for the experience of like going to like super many different places and like parks and like as much nature as we can find. And then with them trying to find like as many different animals as possible, and like getting good pictures of them as well, right? So you can't just like see them for a second, but you need to have a good picture as well. So like they can be clearly identified. Um, yeah, so it's a bit sort of like Pokemon Go for like animals, yeah. It's like really cool, I think, personally. Um, it's like I'm not so much into bird watching, but because with birds you like sort of like you low-key never get close, I feel like. But we did find like many different like mice, and got actually like a picture of like a mouse. And then we found like how are these like small reptiles called? Um, I don't know, like this. I don't know how this is called in English, but uh, this is one I spotted, and then we had like we went to the beach as well, but it was like super windy. And like here you can see like how I spotted. Wait, huh? How do I need to hold it so it's? I used to. What the fuck? Okay, now it's gonna stick. Do you see it? Tiny mouse in the middle. So cute. So cute. Now, yeah, it's a kind of lizard. Yeah. No, no, no. It wasn't the snake. It was the well, Blindschleiche is not a snake, but that's also what I learned. But it was like a lizard with like with legs, not the lizard without legs. Yeah. So yeah, when we're super much outside, like my feet hurt, my back hurts, everything. How do you even capture those, or where to go to capture those? Well, with mice, I already knew a spot in a forest where I've seen mice before, and then we were just like really, really patient and attentive. So we were around that like hill where I knew they were for like, I don't even know, like 40, 45 minutes or something. And then like this one was actually such a like so lucky that I spotted it because it was like super close. So that's why I got like such a good picture, like even with my like handy like phone camera. But the others were like way like further away, like a few meters um from the path where you like walk through the forest. Yeah. But essentially, there's like what I learned through this is there are so many more animals than you think. Just like most of them are like really well like camouflaged or like really tiny or really quick and you don't see them if you don't pay attention to them. But there's like so many animals. Yeah. Netherlands safari, exactly. Yeah. So that were my last couple of days. So how were your guys' couple of days? Your job is open 24/7, so I'm just trying my best. And when 3 months are up, I will go home, do what I want, and sleep. How do you mean, guy with anxiety? Your job is open 24/7. Like, are you also like supposed to be there 24/7? Friday after therapy, I went into a manic episode and got out this morning. Everything hurts, and I just don't know what I've done. Oh fuck! Like, you don't have any like camera set up for your own apartment, right? To like check what happened. Like, have you checked in with friends, Asta, to see if, like, I don't know, if they know anything? Maybe you contacted them. You gotta watch Stray Guy if I have anxiety. Hell yeah. Oh, and Guy with anxiety can't even listen, where he's just watching. I see, I see, I see. And hi, Peace. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. We just started, so we're still a little bit like small talking. Hmm. Oh my god, I didn't even know that skinks is a kind of lizard. All right, game of anxiety. We got that. I tried to contact you over the last 3 days, but I didn't answer, not even when they were at the door. Oh, I see. Okay, so they technically also don't know what you were up to or doing. They just know you weren't or like you didn't contact them. I see, I see. Uh, so I hope you're gonna recover well, Esther. With the rise of fuel prices, I've been exploring with the local trails using my electric dirt bike and discovered a river an hour away from my house. Can go there freely, like a pocket paradise, and take a splash in it. Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, here actually, I mean, it's the Netherlands, right? So like here, there's like so many like rivers and tiny lakes and everything. It's kind of nice. Don't know why, but I'd love to be a bus driver in Sweden or something. Or a bus driver in like a very beautiful countryside. I see why. Like that can be really nice. You probably see like so many things just because you spend so much time like looking at the outside. Or like if you're really outdoorsy, just being like a guide for like tourists and like tourist tours. I think that's probably also really cool. My week was meh. Therapy tore me up again on Tuesday. I'm overly sensitive to random things. Dissociate and derealize. A lot eating and sleeping is difficult. Oh, I see, Judith. Is this sort of like expected with the kind of therapy you're doing right now? Or do you think it maybe was like a bit too much and you gotta like talk to a therapist that it would be nice to take it a bit slower? Because like sometimes, right, like therapy is just like you gotta get through it, but sometimes it's also like really nice to like take a step back and take it slower. But it like depends on the therapy form you're doing right now. It seems just so calming and good, especially as someone who'd like driving, but I reckon the same route, etc., would get annoying. Same thing. Yeah, true. I mean, but I don't think you always do the same route, right? Like you probably can like maybe there is a way you can like fill in or something and then you always drive different routes. Hmm. So just in time you came out of the manic episode, I see, Esther. Hmm. Don't worry, Indiana John. Don't stress out over the pictures. Oh my god. This is the bird friend? Oh, oh, but it looks so young. So what happened to the bird then? Like, I don't know, is it able to fly even? Or like be independent? Or did it maybe like fall out of the nest or something? Because this is such unusual behavior now. That's so cute. Alright, go anxiety. Bye. Is the wildlife crossing not close to your grade? You mean like frogs and stuff crossing the strait, or do you mean like bird migration? It's expected, but I didn't expect it would hit like this. I knew symptoms would come, but I didn't know it would be like this. Hmm. I mean, did you already inform like your therapist and stuff? I think like sort of giving them a heads up is always nice so they can sort of adjust and take it into account for the next time. Sometimes like with exposure therapy, it's like I don't know, you always like in therapy like you try stuff to the best of your knowledge, right? But it's like so important to adjust along the way to actually make it as well fitting as possible to the person and what they're going through. Almost flying, okay. What? You see it tomorrow. Okay, okay. So hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, it's gonna get better the next time, Judith. So, how are you guys holding up with everything which is happening? Because I feel like in a more general sense, we've been talking about what was actually like sort of physically going on for you guys. But how are you holding up mentally? Like, how's your mental health doing? How do you feel with everything which has been going on? Like, not just in terms of like exhaustion or like physical exhaustion, but also just like, are you holding up? Like, are you still positive, or do you notice how you go into more like negative thinking patterns? Oh, what's going on for you, Peace? Viaduct where the wildlife goes over and cars under. um, where is that? Oh, the one in Utrecht? There's so many actually. Hmm. But this doesn't look so green or anything. Hmm. I'm not sure. Yeah, the pictures I saw on Google are like not, I don't know, they don't look like it's one of those like crossing wildlife things, but they just look like regular like bridges for like, I don't know, like not with like forest above, you know. I don't know. I feel everyone's mental health after COVID has just been doomed and gone. Hmm. I think it's definitely like I feel like definitely like while COVID, like way more people were struggling, and recovery is something where, well, a lot of people struggle as well, right? So I guess for sure, like definitely some people haven't recovered yet from the effects of isolation and COVID. But I wouldn't say like everybody's mental health right now is like shit. Almost a year. I can't go out to give my interviews. I feel stuck. Oh, is it? Can you not go out because of like social anxiety or something like this? And are you in any sort of treatment for this? I think, yeah, I feel like I definitely like see what Indiana Jones is saying here. Like it got better, like people were recovering, and then like there was like so much stress on a global scale. Question: changing your life is slow, is it? Takes multiple years. It depends, right? Like I feel like changing your life can be slow if you're like talking about like really big changes, right? It can also be quite fast. So I feel like it's like a very individual thing. And it also just depends on the individual process you're going through, right? So for example, like even if like both people go to therapy, they might, like one person might have like a better match with their therapist, or might just be lucky to um start treatment like strategies which work instantly, and the other one has to try a few different things until they find something which really works great, right? Um, so it really depends. There's also people who like do like a sort of big step in the beginning, and then the rest takes work very slow. And then there's people who are like at the beginning very slow, and then they do like a big step. There's also people who just like they never do a big step. They just like slowly but surely get to their goal. So I think it's really hard to make like a generalized statement about this QWERTY, because I think it really is just like super, super individual, and it can be so different for people. So I wouldn't say like changing your life is always slow. Um, but I guess it also like just depends on like what specifically you want to change, right? Because I don't know, I feel like, for example, like how you treat boundaries and how you make boundaries can change a lot of aspects in your life and can really change your life. But can start off from like a very simple thing to understand. But then if you like pull it through, there's like so many areas which are affected that like if you stack up they like change, it turns into like a really, really big change. Um, but sort of mentally, it can be like a small step which is needed. Mm, I'm glad you're holding on, Esther. I don't know if it was just me due to my age at the time coming to realization of many things or not, but I just died down on everything since COVID. Many people I know since COVID have just been totally feeling horrible. Mm. I've, what I see in like, I feel like more than before COVID, is that social contact got harder. And I would say that's maybe a statement I would like, you can make a generalization about. I'm not sure, but I feel like this is more of like an overarching theme where before it seemed like everybody was just like living life like they always did. And because of school, everybody like met people and stuff. But then with COVID, because people started to like be at home the entire time and isolate themselves, I feel like it was hard for people to, after COVID again, go out again, like go through the inconvenience of like having to make plans, having to be there on time, having to sort of like commit to an expectation or commit to like a meetup, and then also follow through, going through the inconvenience of like being faced with expectations from others again, and stuff like this. So I feel like there was definitely sort of like a struggle with being part of community, I feel like, or like socializing with people. Um, and I think, yeah, like in the beginning, we for sure recovered from that. And I feel like now we're more in like a new problem, maybe. Um, which is that because of the way our politicians and our media is phrasing how the world is going right now. I feel like there's very, I don't know, negative outlook or like not much hope for the future. And I feel like while that is being used as a tool to like be more influential and like gain more political power, it's sort of being missed or like disregarded. Maybe just they don't really care, who knows, what the negative side effects of these are. And I don't know. I feel like in that regard, you can definitely see that what we're struggling with on like a global scale, I feel like at least from my perspective, is disconnection between people. Like we have so many things which are sort of like where we make like this big discussion about. And it's so much on just identity and like which is just driving people apart and making connections so hard and making like this space to talk to each other and just talk about the most random things like smaller and smaller because everybody's like more on edge. Uh, so I feel like that's maybe what you can see on a global scale, that because everything turns a bit more like black and white and you always like push people to be more on edge, more on edge, more on edge, and like more fearful and scared, just connection becomes harder. And I think we aren't ready for connection um to be something we need to work for. I feel like everybody is very much used to this idea that connection just sort of happens and is just there and we just feel it. So I feel like that leaves a lot of people in this space where they don't really know how to find connection or how to form connection, but they miss connection. And also, I feel like a big part of this is as well that you don't really like the negative side effects of lacking connection and like lacking essentially like social time are side effects you don't clearly associate with lacking social time, um, because they're more like, I don't know, like around a few corners coming back to you, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like honestly, like one piece is saying, like, I think I probably lost all my confidence in COVID lockdown. Um, is yeah, definitely also like essentially like this ability to just like go out and like face society essentially, I feel like just went lower because we didn't train it, right? Yeah. And hi, Roy Ribbons, welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like meeting new people is definitely, I feel like this is exactly the dilemma which is sort of included in what I said right now, right? This that you have a person like Bill, who like yourself, you already are like sort of like you're putting yourself out there, like it's effort to put yourself out there and like try and connect with people. But then on the other hand, you need to find a person who's ready to put that same effort in and who's ready to put themselves out there as well and meet you as well. And I feel like because we're like all struggling, it's like super easy to just like meet a person where they're not ready to meet you with their effort and they're just like, oh no, I don't like outside people and like I'm not ready for the connection yet. Um and this is exactly why it's like so like a struggle right now. To be fair, since COVID, my social anxiety has skyrocketed. I have no confidence in talking to my parents and stuff. You probably know, alright, within your mutual chats, I seem different, but since COVID, I guess I just gone horrible communicate to people and desocializing. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? Especially if you had like social anxiety before. If you then get to this point where you're not facing your social anxiety anymore because you can isolate. It's not only you can isolate, but you actually have a good reason to. Just because you don't train it anymore, it's probably gonna get worse, right? So this is like also like part of it. Well, I mean, like it's like after COVID, you had to put like effort in to actually go out there and be out there again, and yeah, we're just not used to that. Mill with the free stream streak. Let's go. I'm trying to work through social anxiety right now. Yeah. I think it's really, really nice to work through social anxiety, right? Because it's impacting so much of your life. But like with any anxiety you work through, it's like the basic sort of treatment is usually exposure therapy. And like putting yourself out there in a way and manner where you're like ready to face the anxiety, right? But it's just yeah, like doing exposure therapy is exhausting and it takes energy, right? And it takes attention. Like you need to. It's I guess like depending on your job, it's something you do just naturally. Um, but if your job is like at home, it's something where you need to like yeah take extra time to do that. But welcome to the chat here. Your name, bro. That's gay. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for the follow, Squished Fies. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you enjoy the community. Yeah, trying to expose myself and knock out many social goals each day if I can. Yeah, that's really nice. I really like how you phrase that. Because I feel like the most common sort of I don't want to say like misconception, but like how like when people sort of try to like do exposure therapy themselves is that they set the goals like way too high and essentially like don't do exposure therapy in sort of like a way where you're able to like face the anxiety, right? But they just like throw themselves into the water and are like swim. So I don't know. I'm really glad that you phrase it in a way where I feel like you got that idea that you need to have the energy and you should be able to face the anxiety and it's like small steps every day and that's how you manage to achieve your goal here. It's not this like trying to achieve it within one day strategy, which is the most useful in this moment. So I'm glad you're doing that for yourself. Can be quite yeah, daunting to do exposure therapy and put yourself out there. But I think that's just what life is about, right? Like putting yourself out there, doing the scary things, trying things you've never done before, doing things you've never done before, and being resilient when things go wrong. You need a morning streamer. I'm the morning streamer. Let's go. And hi, Leopard. How you doing? I've been doing well. I've been doing super well. I was like so much outside the last couple of days. It was really like physically, like for sure exhausting. But I'm doing really well. Yeah. It's like a really odd sensation right now. There's like if it feels like there's like differences in like air pressure right now. Like when like a helicopter is like flying over you. But there's no helicopter flying and also my window is closed. So it's really odd. I've tried throwing myself in the deep end. Yeah. It's like it's the common thing people do. Like people are like I feel like that happens to like so many that you're like, "Oh, I was scared of this. This is a stupid fear. I'm fed up with this. I'm going to throw myself in the deep and like get over it. And I want to get over it now. I want to be a better person tomorrow." And yeah, then you either make it worse or you just notice like, okay, this wasn't helpful. Yeah. Got some sixth sense. Yeah, for sure it's a ghost. But there's only like nice ghosts in this house. I talk to them every day. They like me. After my 7 many therapies, it never worked because I wasn't ready to really work on my shit. Yeah, it takes a lot. I feel like with therapy, sometimes it's also not just this like, oh, I'm not ready to work on my shit, right? Because this feels like in terms of phrasing, this is sort of like a phrasing you use like, oh, but like if I would have the mental strength or whatever, like I could do this, right? But I feel like with some forms of therapy, it's too close that you can engage with it. And like, for example, if it's about trauma, like doing like a psychosomatic therapy, for example, can feel like too close to it. And like you're asking too much of yourself in that moment. And there's no like it's not easy to find like a middle ground where you can like approach an anxiety or fear or something like this, right? And it's at a level where you can engage with it and where you can like talk about it or do something like change anything about it, right? But when I like first did psychosomatic therapy, like I really felt like throwing myself in the deep end, and I was just like I lived through it, and I know what she tried to tell me, but I hated it so much. Oh my god. And I'm really glad actually I then did like the normal psychotherapy, more in like this schema therapy approach first. And I feel like now psychosomatic therapy would actually be maybe great, um, to sort of focus on like how my like nervous system responds bodily, because I sometimes have moments where my nervous system responds very aggressively, and uh, while I just like hold tension, even though I don't really consciously try and hold that tension or anything. Um, so I feel like now psychosomatic therapy could be like a great benefit, but at the same time, I wasn't able to find anybody who's like offering that in English, and yeah, with my level of Dutch, they don't want to try in Dutch either. So yeah. Thank you for the follow. Moo, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Not gonna lie, AI like hyped me up to start exposure therapy. I was very hesitant beforehand, but very encouraging. Though it is hard, but I'm motivated at the moment. I love that. Yeah, I mean, AI can be like really nice in moments, right? It's always very important to understand that AI gives you answers too quick, oftentimes, right? So usually like the amount you talk before you make like a treatment plan is like more than, I don't know, like just throwing your heart out for like 50 minutes to AI, right? But it's like a couple hours of like therapy where they also make like questionnaires with you, and then they sort of try to form a treatment plan, but they also try to form that with you and everything. This is like more this is for if you have like a more complicated case. If you have like a very, very specific topic and you only want to change that, then like, yeah, like treatment plans can be like very quick, sort of formulated. But yeah, always take like AI stuff with like a grain of salt. That like AI can be a great resource, but it's oftentimes overconfident, if you know what I mean. Like, it doesn't really, like, it clarifies in the beginning, sort of with everything, usually, sort of like, oh, I'm just AI, and like, I don't really know, but this and this and this. And then the phrasing of this and this and this is like super definitive and like we know. So it's sort of like AI is like, I have a very complicated sort of view on AI, because I definitely see how it's beneficial, because it's like it makes information like way more approachable. But at the same time, it makes it so approachable that it's untrue oftentimes. Like it oversimplifies and makes overconfident statements a lot of the time. And with certain things, it's just a complicated topic and you can only break it down so much, you know? So do take it with a grain of salt. But I think exposure therapy, like if you start like with, I think it's probably one of those things which you can like the easiest do at home. Because I feel like the golden rule to like doing exposure therapy yourself is just like start very slow. Like start really, really tiny and just like work your way up. Like if you start from the bottom end of like how hard it can be, it's probably gonna be completely fine. But there is a way where you can like if you start like if you throw yourself into the deep end, for some people anxiety can get worse. So just putting that out there. Also, I've heard from like a therapist I talked to once that apparently if you don't pull through with exposure therapy, but you stop at some point just in the middle, it can also get worse. But this is only like one person, one therapist, which told me that. So also take it with a grain of salt. See you, Indiana John. Have fun in hip hop. You're not doing great, Momo. What's going on? And hi, Golden Dog. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Telehealth, one from Germany. Psychosomatic therapy is really hard to do online, I'm gonna be honest. And hi, Alvin. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? And hi, Faker Ming. Welcome. How you doing? Yeah. The first time I did EMDR, I found it hard to focus because the therapist had a thick German accent, and sometimes she used German words. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. That can be really confusing. I can give empathy, but it's not real empathy. Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? Like, AI can give empathy, like, I don't know, like a psychopath or a sociopath can give empathy. Like they might be able to like understand it, but it's not like they feel that empathy in that moment. My mom passed away recently, and it's hit me really bad tonight, being home alone without her, struggling really badly. I'm really sorry for you, Mumu. So is there anybody you can talk to about this? Because I imagine it's a very hard time. And is there anything specific we can do for you here? Like, do you know what you're looking for right now? Like, do you look for more like emotional support, or do you look for sort of guidance on like how to deal with something, or have like certain questions? Hmm. I mean, technically, this person you can talk to doesn't really need to know your mom, even, right? And they certainly don't need to be a family specifically. Like, it could also be a friend, or friend who knew your mom, or friend of your mom. Like, it can be really nice to connect with other people who grieve for the same person, even though you don't really have a connection to them, but just having this connection of grief can just be enough. And the other thing you can like look for is people who have a connection to you, and even though they might not have the connection to this grief, they probably also experienced grief in their life before. So, do you need any specific help? Do you have any like specific questions, or want guidance or something? Or do you rather look for support dealing with these emotions right now? Hmm. What are you confused about specifically? I feel like feeling confused and lost, in more of like a general sense, is like really normal after you lost somebody who's been part of your life for so long, right? I mean, especially losing a mother. Because in a weird way, we only notice how much we relied on a person once they're not there, right? And then once they're gone, we see how often we thought about them, how often they were there for us, how often we asked them something or looked for guidance from them. And I feel like just experiencing these emotions and like leaving space for them is also a really important part. Because they're completely valid, right? It's like after we lost somebody, even though maybe they've only been like a small part of our life. But if they've been any part of our lives, we just need to find out what life is without them and how we're going to live life without them. And I feel like in this process where we try to find out like how we can like live life without them, it's oftentimes it can be really hard to feel the motivation to clarify this confusion and like this feeling of being lost, because it feels like we would forget them or replace them. Honestly, I don't even know. I'm just so lonely without her. She was a really big part of my life. She lived with me and I struggled passing her bedroom and it's just being silent. This is a really tough situation. How about your sibling? Is your sibling like also still living there, or are they already moved out? Like, is there a way you can talk to your sibling about this? Because I feel like feeling this grief is like a really, like, grief is a really strong emotion. And just feeling like you're not alone with that emotion and like somebody can understand you live elsewhere and you don't want to talk to them because they're struggling too and you don't want to burden them with worrying about me. I think that's a really sweet thought you have there, that you don't want to burden them. But the thing is, actually, so often when we share these emotions and when we don't feel alone with these emotions, we feel so much safer than before. A lot of the time, feeling alone with your emotions, feeling isolated with these emotions, feeling like nobody can understand you and nobody sees you, and therefore nobody can help you because you're alone in this struggle, is the thing which is the hardest on us. So I feel like you wouldn't burden them. I feel like talking to them and just talking about how much you miss her and like all these moments where you miss her. Then you're like walking past the bedroom and it's so hard that you're making breakfast and you still have like some of the food she always made for herself, but you don't eat. So it's just standing there, sort of. Or thinking about these things she did for you and like all these little things you miss, or feeling like that moment where she would make a joke or you did something and she would laugh. I feel like so many of these things are things where we can feel so sad and grieve so much when we're alone with them. But if we can share them and if we can connect to somebody about these things, it can turn into a moment of honoring them. And it can turn into a moment where you essentially like write a love letter to her in the afterlife. So, you don't need to talk to your sibling and be like, oh, I don't know how to wake up tomorrow again. Or I can't do this anymore. But maybe you can just talk to them and like call them and be like, hey, I just didn't want you to be alone with your grief, and I also didn't want to be alone with my grief. And I just miss mom so much right now. How are you holding up? And I just see her everywhere. I hear her voice still. I think about her making jokes, so I think about her being angry at me, and I still miss it. And there's so many things I miss. And I just don't know what to do with it or what to do with these emotions. I feel like sharing them can be a really, really nice way of dealing with this. And it can be a really nice communication, even a really nice talk. Like sometimes a call with a friend, which is technically about a negative topic, can feel so much more connecting and intimate and close to each other and loving, even if it's about a talk which is like, I don't know, about like that you're scared that like, I don't know, war is gonna happen or something. You know, it can still be such a, like, I don't want to say positive experience. Because it's not positive in this, like, it is a positive experience, but it's not positive in this way where people think, oh, joy, happy, you laugh a lot, But it's positive in this way that you feel loved and you feel like you love them and you feel connected and you feel in this together, you know? So just, yeah, don't be alone with this because you don't need to, you know? Like the people around you, they probably notice that you're grieving and that you're not doing well. And honestly, like one of the things I can share from my perspective as a friend, I would hate to see my friends suffering and not being able to be there for them. I would hate it. I would rather cry with them for hours and sit on the floor and just hold them weeping instead of getting this, hey, how are you holding up? Okay, let's talk about something else. And just see them like hurt on the inside. See them while talking to them and like making a joke, like all of a sudden turning sad just for like a split second because I know they remembered something about their mom in that moment. And then they put their mask off, like on again, and just smile like nothing happened. And I don't know, like maybe that's not going to be all friends, right? Like I don't want to talk for others. Like there's also friends who are like super, super busy themselves and who don't have the capacity at all, but you will know, right? But there's also going to be friends who just will jump at this possibility of connecting with you and being there for you. So try to, yeah. I feel like reaching out to your friend and your siblings or your friends and your sibling is probably gonna be one of the best ways. And if you notice there's no space, and if you notice I don't know, communication is just not going that well, or it doesn't give you what you thought it would, then, then come back and we're we're gonna fill the gaps. All right. I love what you said there, Mel. Grief is so disorienting because you're not just missing someone, you're walking through a world that feels unfamiliar, even if nothing around you has physically changed. Yeah. And hi, Lords Voice. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Demon. And hi, Fluffy. I'm coming back, just doing what you're doing. Keep safe. All right. You too, you too. But I think, yeah, grief doesn't need to be such a. I don't know. I feel like whenever we talk about grief, we talk about grief like it's super, super negative. And we talk about it like, oh, I don't want to burden anybody with it. And I don't want to talk to anybody about it, or like all of these things, And I feel like what we miss in that moment is that grief is essentially just love, right? Like, we don't grieve for things we didn't care about. We grieve for things we cared about. And we grieve really hard for things where we cared so much about them. And I feel like nobody would be like, oh, that's so odd. You're sharing love with your friends. Like, no, it's like one of the things we want to share with them. And grief, even though it's sad, it's still about love. And I feel like it can be so. Talking about grief to a friend can, even though it's about somebody else, make you feel so loved and make them feel so loved. Because in essence, you talk about love and you talk about how you loved someone so much that it rips your heart apart right now. And I feel like, especially with a friend, it can turn so often, it turns from this conversation about this other person into this conversation about, like, and I don't want to lose anybody else, and I don't want to lose you either, because I also love you. So I feel like, I don't know, I feel like we shouldn't be so scared about talking about grief, because it's essentially just about how you loved something so, so much, and now it's gone. But I think that's actually really beautiful. And I feel like grief is actually a really beautiful emotion as well. And I don't think we should feel ashamed for having loved something so much that it hurts us. I feel like we should be proud instead. We should be proud that we opened up and that we were vulnerable and that we carried a person so much in our heart that now we hurt so much. You know? I feel like that's a thing to be proud of. I don't think that's a thing to be ashamed of. Thank you for the follow and welcome. How you doing? Thank you for the talk and help. I really needed this. Thank you. You're welcome. Don't worry. Now, I feel like sometimes we, like, exactly like you say, Mel, learn to carry it instead of moving on. I feel like so often we talk about grief, like we want to let it go. And then we have people who don't want to let it go and feel like they're doing grief wrong, or feel like they take too long because they don't want to forget that person, which makes so much sense, right? Like I wouldn't want to forget my mom. Like are you insane? Like even if she dies, like even if it hurts, like I wouldn't want to forget her and like just push her away and forget like everything she ever did just to not feel that pain anymore. Instead, I would want to move from feeling sad in those moments to feeling happy that I got to know a person and that I had experiences where even though that person is gone now, I still remember them with love. If that makes sense. Like having gone through something like this, having made this experience, and remembering somebody because you love them, I don't know, that's positive, no? That's not negative. I feel like that's not negative. And I think for so many people, that's actually what like grief is about, right? It's not about forgetting the person. It's about learning to see the sense in a world without them and making your peace with that their time is over now and that you don't get more. Right? But it's not really about like forgetting everything like you went through with them or forgetting them. Like so often I feel like it's actually the complete different way. Like I feel like so often we actually have people who carry things of those people with them every day, like a picture or an old like necklace or oh that's odd. That's really eh? There what the fuck? Okay, I've never seen this. Um they're like what? I don't even know how to. So there's been like 9 cars with blue lights and like a siren. But they looked like they didn't like they weren't like official cars. They were like unofficial cars. Like I don't know if it was police, military, or anything. Like they were just like regular cars, but with blue light and with like wee woo woo woo, you know. But like 9 of them after each other in like full speed. So that's odd. Gotta look into the news today evening to see what happened. Staying out of this, I don't have that connection with my parents, so it's kind of hard to say something positive. I mean, as this is not really about parents. This is actually just about grief in general, about losing somebody you loved. So I feel like you actually have. You could connect to this a lot, no? With a friend you lost. Yeah. Thank you for the follow and welcome, welcome. Hi, Asta Self. How you doing? Nakava, we were blue light joyride, a wedding. I don't know. I don't think that's a wedding. I can't imagine. I really can't. Like, it didn't look like a joyride, you know? Oak plant. Educate me. Okay. So, well, usually, what we do in this stream is essentially we talk about whatever topic comes up and whatever topic people need help with. Um, so we usually actually go off of the questions um, other people ask us here. So what we, or like the topics. Um, so the topic we had so far, for example, was grief. And I think the other topic was maybe how could you phrase that? Like exposure therapy connected to social anxiety, connected to this struggle of connection and disconnection. Yeah. And then what we usually do is also just doing like a general mental health check-in. So whenever like somebody comes in, I just ask like, "Hey, how you've been doing?" And if it's somebody who's like been here already and who's taking part in these streams regularly, then it's usually how you've been doing like since the last stream, which is then like a few days or like a week. And if there's been like any progress, if there's any like goals right now or anything they're working on their mental health, to sort of like, I guess like check in or motivate to also like set goals, right? Yeah. And you're doing so. I'm engaged to a person that didn't really ask me if I was ready to get engaged, and my partner unilaterally decided that. Wait, what? So, how do you mean they just so they asked you and you were sort of like surprised by the question but like did say yes? So like that's why you're now engaged or like what's going on, asked herself? Didn't ask, just informed me. How can they inform you that you're engaged? Huh? I don't understand. I'm like, I don't understand yet. Yeah, I'm clueless too, Fluffy. I need more context. I never thought grief will come up again. And someone, in some ways, it still hurts. But I've come to so much realization since the last streams. I can share moment in the last 2 weeks of my journey. More in the last 2 weeks of my journey, if you're still there. Yeah. It's like we had grief a couple times now. You're right. I feel like it's definitely like it's not an uncommon topic, but yeah, the last couple of months we had like way more often this topic than any others. It's a good topic though. I really think it's a really important topic as well, so I don't mind going over it like a couple times. I hate grief. I mean, I don't hate grief. I hate losing people. So this is like the emotion is the consequence of losing people. So you could also, I guess, like attribute it's to the emotion, but for me, it's definitely like not the emotion I hate, but the losing people aspect. A couple of days ago, I dreamed of a relative that I lost to cancer a few years ago. Oh, okay. Was it a positive dream or more of a negative one? Like sometimes these dreams can be like really, really nice. Like I had people who described having sort of like a dream where they like were able to say goodbye to a loved one or something like this, which was like a very powerful emotional experience for them. You're like, you know that you're dead, right? I love that. Oh. I think, I don't know. I feel like this is, well, like we don't know the motivation behind the dream in that regard or anything, right? But I feel like it's actually like really nice that like knowing that these like small activities really stick in the brain of people. I feel like it's like usually when we grieve for a person, we don't remember these like big activities, but the small ones and all of these small things they did for us or we did for them. And I feel like that's actually really beautiful to notice, especially also like small activities we did for them. So like it doesn't even matter that we we don't only think about them when they gave us love, but we also think about them when we gave them love. And I don't know, I feel like especially like coming from this standpoint for myself where I always felt like, oh, I want to make myself like small and sort of like don't want to be a burden and don't want to ask for too much or something. um I think it's like I always like to keep that in mind that people will also love us and miss us in the moments where they showed us love, because showing someone love you love is actually really nice and we also like doing that. And I don't know, I really like keeping that in mind to remind myself that it's not negative to others to uh, receive love in any way. But yeah, apart from that, I also like I'm still confused as to self what's up with the engagement. So was there like no engagement sort of like some people do like these things where they like have like a photographer and everything and then they pop the question and whatever. So like how did that go? Grief is love with nowhere else to go. I like that, so. So in a way, yes, but to be pushed into the next steps of me being ready now. I like the part where it shows commitment and seriousness. But now the friends of my partner ask me, when is the wedding? And I don't have an answer for something like that. Like, I still don't understand the context of this, right? Like, this is why, like, in my head, I'm like, I'm not sure if this seems like a positive situation. Hmm. But like, so they what? I'm so confused. Um, so they essentially just like came up to you and were like, I told my parents we're engaged or something like this? Or like how does this come up? This topic of like we're engaged without there being a question of like, do you want to marry me? Or was that like in my opinion, I still don't have much proof that I can count on my partner and life becomes very difficult. I mean, yeah, this is also like, yeah, like just because like you say you're engaged, this doesn't really fix a behavior. Informed on a Sunday morning when I was doing house chores and I was like, did you talk about marriage before? Or like wanting to be married or whatever? Okay, actually, no, I don't need that answer. Did you tell your partner like how did you react when you were like surprised? Like how did your partner react? Because it's like it's completely fair to react surprised, right? Like you didn't know and you were just like that decision was made for you. So you just shrugged it off, you didn't even show. So have you since then talked about it to your partner? In high school, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Mm-hmm. So how was the reaction there? Like what was the answer to you not really being happy with that surprise? I just remember that before Asta did like all these channel point rewards for like stretching and drinking and relaxing your eyes and everything. I told my partner that an engagement should happen at the end of solving our differences in a plateau of stability. Like when you get a medal at the end of a marathon, and when you're still running without knowing if you're succeeding or not. So what this tells me is that you're actually not fine with the engagement. Like, you don't want to be engaged right now, and you're not ready to be engaged right now. Like, you have a very specific view on when you're engaged or not. And, like, when you want to be engaged, and when the right time would be. So what was the reaction to that? Welcome, and thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow as well, and welcome. Zodiac sign. How do you say that in English? I'm born January 29th. So I don't know. In Germany we call it Wassermann, and in English I'm not sure. Yeah. Aquarius. Ah, yeah, exactly. True. Thank you. I'm gonna wait for Esther to come back from the ad. Yeah, so I'm Aquarius. I don't know how that, like, is that good or or bad, or we'll see. Welcome Dex to the chat. Welcome everybody. Right now we're talking to Astoself. They got engaged, but yeah, we're not sure yet if we love it. But yeah, for me the important factor here would sort of know, like, how was the reaction of you expressing your yeah, that you're not fine with this, Asta. And then you don't agree, like, just putting like an engagement badge on something where you guys don't even know yet if you want to marry each other. Because you still have like stuff to work through. The action of the partner was neutral, but it's a topic that is there in the limbo. Ah, sorry, Asta. I see how that's confusing. Like, my worry about this whole situation as to herself, and it's just like a worry of mine, right? Like, I don't know your partner, I don't know you, I wasn't there to like see that reaction or hear the connotations of it, or right, like there's like a lot of lacking information. But the thing I'm worried about is that this sort of that like putting the engagement badge on this relationship was essentially like a try to um lock down the relationship, no matter how you resolve your struggles or not, and to make it less likely that you would leave if the struggles wouldn't be resolved, and to make it more likely that you stay and that you do marry them, even though you're not entirely happy with the relationship yet. Sort of to put some pressure on you there. And especially since like that engagement was like not a question which was popped, but just sort of like a statement which was just like thrown out like this, I think is also like I feel like it's a bit sad, because I personally at least, um I don't know, like to each their own, right? And I don't know if you have that expectation, but I feel like I agree with the sentiment that it's something special, you know. And just like not even making it a question, not putting any effort in, but just being like, oh yeah, like you're doing the laundry and then just going up and being like, oh yeah, by the way, like I told them we're engaged or whatever. You know, like it is a thing where I'm like, well, it really just seems like a tool. Like, it doesn't seem like there's any seriousness to it. It doesn't seem like the commitment of being engaged was understood. It seems like it's just thrown out there, like it doesn't mean anything, as a tool of just sort of like putting pressure on you to like not leave. Because there's like more social pressure on staying now. Because otherwise you need to say like, oh, I'm breaking off the engagement, where people then are like, oh, what, but you can always talk about things, and have you tried working it out? Oh my god, you're so shallow, you're just like instantly breaking it up. Where it's like, bro, I never even, I never even said like I wanted to be engaged in the first place. Like, it was very clear that I'm not happy in this situation. So so I don't know, like that's sort of what I'm worried about. And I feel like it's important that you definitely talk to your partner about this, and about like how you feel. And I don't know, like I think personally it's like it would be super fine, like especially when you say like, hey, I don't see us being engaged right now. Like, this is not a position I would ever address myself as engaged. And I never like agreed to this or said yes to this or whatever. Um, I personally think it's very fair to also just be like, hey, buddy, like you made this decision on your own. You never asked me. But this is a two-person thing. And no, I don't want to be engaged right now. And like, I don't care what you tell your parents or whatever, but I'm not going to pretend like I'm engaged. So, yeah. like, I don't know, especially if it's like a thing of like if you had addressed already that like commitment is missing for you, and sort of that like you can like that you're able to rely on your partner, that you see that like they can like take responsibility and accountability and everything, um like a label is not gonna fix it. Like this label of like, oh, we're engaged, is not fixing the behavioral um problems or like the struggles you're going through, because like relying on each other and like being committed to each other is something where you miss that, not because you don't have the proper label, but you miss that because in, I don't know, in problem situations you have to put the work in and the other person doesn't. In like, I don't know, also in like, for example, like now with this engagement situation, like even itself, it's like one of those things where I'm just like, can you rely on a partner who just like for themselves makes a decision for you, where like there's no consideration of like what you might have to say to this, or even they already knew you think about this that way, and or like could very well have known but just ignored the fact and just put this on there to like fix their own anxiety that's like you would leave, or like try to find like a sort of cheap solution to um, being asked to build more accountability and responsibility and reliability. Yeah, like that's really insane. Like I don't. If you're struggling, have you considered couples therapy with them? Or is that a possibility? And also with skills, like I'm really sorry I'm not going into your answer right now, but we're just so in the talk with Esto self that I didn't feel like there would be the space. But is there a possibility that you just like why do you feel like you need to keep going with work? Like why is there not this possibility that you rest and take some time off skills? But yeah, just like throwing this like label on there is not gonna fix any doubts in terms of reliability. But I believe that there's a bit of logic and reasoning that my partner should do without needing a counselor or therapist. Well, I'm gonna be honest, like there's like you can like for sure like I completely understand that sentiment. And honestly, if you're not committed to each other via like baby family, you know, like marriage, and there's like, you know, like if you could just leave, um then this is like this is fair game to be like, hey, I'm not gonna like, if I have to invest therapy before we ever committed anything to each other, like this is too much of an investment, and I rather look for a better match in the beginning where I then later on invest therapy. um and that's completely fair, but then also there needs to be the possibility of a breakup, right? Because like if it should work without therapy, it needs to work or you need to call it off. So then the question becomes like when, like how much do you still invest? And hi Luca and welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Thank you for the 7th stream streak. Let's go. Can IBS cause some people to feel a hungry stomach feeling after I eat? Apparently, some people do have that. I mean, IBS is honestly like a very ambiguous thing, and we don't properly understand it. So it has a lot of different symptoms, and can feel so different to so many different people. So I wouldn't really, well, like I personally am not a doctor, and if it is concerning to you, definitely seek out a doctor, right? Um, but yeah, I'm just saying, like IBS is like low key like migraine. Like we don't properly understand it or can do anything against it. And it's like, yeah, I'm in that part thinking how much it is worth investing, because sometimes I feel like it's like a liability. I feel like I completely understand that this is a super hard question, right? Because it's always like it feels like a very slippery slope. I personally would like there's gonna be struggles with people where you're struggling because you're going through a rough patch, but you're not struggling against each other, but you're struggling because the situation is a struggleful situation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like somebody dies, somebody goes through a really rough patch, and then the other person needs to carry more responsibility. Everybody gets a bit on edge. And it's just like it's gonna be a rough patch, but it's gonna be a rough patch for like everybody, even if you love each other. If it's a rough patch, like if normal life, if good life is a rough patch already, that's rough, you know? Um, and I feel like apart from that, it's also a question of commitment. Because sometimes good life can be a rough patch because it's just like, I don't know, it's the first relationship or the first time moving in together. And then it's just, there's a lot of adjustment needed, sort of, right? But it can be carried by both people or it can be carried by one person. And the other person just feels constantly like not good enough, or like they have to do something but they don't really want to, and there's also like the behavioral change missing and stuff like this, and where it just feels like one partner is constantly nagging the other partner to provide more, and the other partner never gets to that point, right? And I feel like in that type of situation, I would just call it quits, because like if I'm not convinced, fully like gut feeling convinced that the other person is like super committed to like go through that change and is taking responsibility to go through that change on themselves. But if it's only me sort of expressing what I need and not their, like they don't have any initiative to fulfill my needs on their own, or to find out my needs even, or to care about those even, or like to be responsible or reliable on their own, but it's always a thing where like I voice that need, and then they sort of like try to do it for like a week or something, and then it like slacks again. There's not really like it doesn't seem like a cooperation type of effort where it's agreed upon the goals and then like everybody is doing everything to get to those goals. Like it seems like then there's like you made goals and the other person is lying to you that they don't agree with those goals, or feel like, oh, they can't talk to you or whatever. There's some sort of disconnection. That's why these goals like never get fulfilled, and there's never any sort of reliability, responsibility, accountability, or anything towards these goals. But it always depends on you putting those goals forward, because for the other person, they don't care about these goals, right? And I feel like in that moment, I would let go of that that relationship, and I think it would be better for both people because that other partner probably feels constantly not good enough, and maybe, I don't know, doesn't feel well to speak up or whatever, but has to do some progress. And you yourself, like, you constantly feel like your needs are not being met, and that's not nice either. So it's just like a loss-loss situation for everybody involved. And then I would just call it quits if there's no if there's nothing to like hold on to for like a kid or anything. I would just be like, seems like we don't fit together. Good luck in your life. I'm gonna dip out here. Like, that would be like my personal take on it. Like, I don't know, like, there needs, you can't work towards goals where like it's not like, not both people are working towards these. Like, both people need to be working towards that goal. Otherwise, it's useless. There's a lot of adjustment, yes. And that's the investment part that I worry because I'm afraid if in the long term it will make regret putting all this effort, because I'm not convinced yet that my partner will be there when things go very bad. I think it's such a okay, cool. I don't care what you call me. I feel like it's valid to leave a partnership because of gut feeling. We oftentimes can't properly explain gut feeling, but, and let me phrase this in a way where you sort of understand what I mean, why this is like, why I think this is better. Gut feeling can for sure be unfair. But if you leave because of that gut feeling, it's maybe been like an unfair breakup or whatever, but nobody's like entitled to that relationship with you, right? But if that gut feeling is there in the relationship, it's also unfair to the partner, right? Like, if it's true, you shouldn't be in that relationship. If it's not true, your partner is judged unfairly. So it feels like the best option anyway is, if you have this very bad gut feeling, which is really hard to prove wrong, to leave. Because it's really hard for your partner, or like nearly impossible for your partner, to prove your gut feeling wrong and get you fully, like, trust them fully. And if it's right, because maybe you have that fifth sense, right? And this is like not a far away possibility. This is for a lot of people actually, like, sometimes very, very common, that they just sort of can tell before they can like properly articulate it. Then it's just right and you should leave, right? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like he's a bad or like they are a bad person or whatever, right? But it just means that they're not a good partner for you. Like, somebody who's unreliable can be a good partner for somebody else. And they can also sometimes just need time and then become a good partner for somebody else, right? Like, there's always, it's sort of like make the right decision, but also at the right time, right? And I feel like sometimes when we try to fix something, just because we don't want to give up, it can be toxic. Like, some things are not meant to be. And if you hold on to them just because you don't want to be that person to have given up, you also don't let go of things you should let go of, right? It's sort of like this thing, like doing like I don't know, like a challenge of like who can like have the hand across the flame for the longest. It's, it's like at some point it just turns stupid. It's like, you don't, like, there is a right decision to make and you don't make it because you don't want to lose. Like, you know what I mean? Like, letting go is a skill as well. And like everybody might judge us for everything, you know. So I don't know. I feel like we don't always do something good for people for taking responsibility for them and trying too hard. Because then they also don't learn to take that responsibility themselves, right? So yeah. Like, do you understand what I mean? And I think it would actually be interesting, like, what do you fear if you would break up? Because you fear something, like you worry that like if you stay, that like you regret investing so much. And I think that's already a red flag, because I don't think we should be in a position where we invest something we're not, like, we actually don't really want to invest, right? And it feels like you're investing something you don't really want to invest. But there's something holding you back from actually making that decision of not investing. So I feel like it would be interesting to actually know what is holding you back from making that decision to like break up. Like what, like, is there a certain fear or anything, you know? So, and sometimes, you know, we're thinking about that end of the deal as well. We can get a better picture of like what drives our decision here. And if we find out that the only thing why we actually are scared to let go is, for example, that we're scared to find somebody else, it's maybe also a red flag. Then more time will answer my questions. It's a matter of patience to go through several situations to see if my partner is reliable or not. Yeah, okay. I see that. But definitely, like, take in mind, like, don't invest something you don't want to, you know, and you don't feel comfortable with. Like, you shouldn't regret having invested something. And you shouldn't invest something for the promise of, like, them changing or not, I feel like. And if that, for example, like, that can, like, mean that you, like, voice your needs, but you don't, I don't know, like, you don't take the responsibility for them to, like, specifically, like, Google and, like, pick a specific situation, like how they can fulfill these needs, or like do something like this. It can also just like be, for example, like stepping back from over explaining. Like, it can mean like voicing your needs and they have to ask the question about like, okay, like, how would I do that best or whatever, you know? And then just like, if you feel like, oh, you don't actually know, then also sometimes just being like, I'm not entirely sure, instead of like then putting the mental effort in of like, okay, like which date would be perfect, and then like explaining them the perfect date to them. You know what I mean? So like something like this can already take a lot of load from you, which you don't necessarily want to invest, but maybe only invest because you think like, but at some point he's gonna learn or whatever. Or like they're gonna learn. I don't think the watch time command is actually working, Lucan, sorry. But welcome, welcome. Hi, Anne. And I feel like overall we should probably never stay with people, or like I feel like in the most cases it's low-key toxic to stay with people where like you're not happy how they are right now, but you need them to change to actually want a relationship with them. You know what I mean? Like people might change, but they usually do on their own. So when we need them to change, mm, yeah. I've not really seen a relationship where that ends up positive. It's a difference to like voicing your needs, right? And being like, oh, I need a partner who like supports me and like in these and these situations. But it's like then like either they do it or they don't, right? Yeah. I mean, I definitely do agree with skills. Like people change for sure, but they always do when they want to change. It's like sometimes we can inspire somebody to change. It's like low key what we're doing with the stream here, right? But it's like being with a person like in a relationship and like sort of on the premise of like, okay, like right now I wouldn't date them, but like when they are reliable, like they're perfect. Oof. It's a lot of pressure for the other person, and I don't know. Like I haven't seen that turn out positive. Yeah. I feel like there's like enough people on this planet as well to then just like pick somebody else and be like, good luck, have a fun time, peace out, and hopefully you find the person which fits to you. Like we all have like so like vastly different needs that it's really, I don't know, like some person who's the absolute horror for one can be the dream for the next, right? Like for example, if we pick the pick the example of like a woman who like from some people would be phrased as like gold digger, of like, oh, like she only wants material gifts and stuff like this. Like to another person she might be absolutely perfect, because it's like time they don't really have that much, but money they do. So if that they can show her their love and make her feel loved with money instead of time, that's like an absolute win for them, right? And for others that would feel completely empty. So yeah, there's, I don't know, we sort of need to find the right pick for us. Yeah, exactly, as they need to change themselves. Hi, Dark Knight. Night. Hi, Has. Hello, I've been struggling with anxiety for most of my life, and I've just done what I've needed to get to the next step in life, and I've reached some very high goals, but it came with crippling stress. Surprise, that has been the best thing because while I appear okay externally, internally I've reached a breaking point with extremely bad IBS. I've seen many doctors, no resolve yet. I've tried meditation and CPT. These work on good days, but most days I need something else. Any recommendations? Well, if it is because of chronic stress, there's treatments for chronic stress, right? Like some of them being like therapy, for example. But all of them work towards like reducing your stress levels. So it's not like they're not as easy as just taking some like new medication, Dark Knight. So, and with IBS, like from what I know, it's a lot about like managing symptoms as well, instead of like completely resolving it. And I think, I don't know, like resolving, like if it is because of chronic stress, like working on chronic stress would probably be a really good idea. So, is there any treatment already in that regard for you? I want to ask something. What's in your woman's head going on when a friend or acquaintance, male person, send you a social media invitation and they decide to accept the follow, but act like they don't know you and don't follow back? Like, what's the reason to even do that, even if you're in a good relationship with that person and know him? It's not. I love when people think like women or men would be so simple. Like, sadly, I can't tell you because women are not all the same, while men are also not all the same. And actually, that's less scary and more positive if you think about it. Um, but apart from that, I think your confusion is completely valid. And I feel like you should ask that person instead. Like you should just send them like a message with like like why the heck do you act like you don't know me? Like I don't understand what's going on. Like what, like are you trying to like play hard to get, or like like I don't understand what you're trying to tell me here. Or like do you not want to have contact? Because then like I can do that too. But like just tell me what's like going on. I feel like that's a very valid question. And if you don't get anything back from that, I feel like then it's just about your personal boundaries, right? Like what do you like? Do you want to have contact with a person who's ignoring you or not? Like do you want to keep trying or do you not want to keep trying? Like do you maybe want to block them because like what the hell is this? And this doesn't seem like okay behavior to you and it's like crossing your boundaries. And that's why you don't want to have contact to that person anymore. Like that's also completely fine. So I feel like Has, you need to just like figure out what you want and what you need. Like it seems like you need sort of like just her to clear up the confusion and to tell you what she wants. And then the second thing is because we can only like ask answers from other people, but they don't need to give us responses, right? So then next question is like, what if you don't get a response? What if the behavior stays the same? Like, what do you then, um, like, how do you maintain your boundaries in that moment? And this is not really about like you can't like force her to respond or anything. Like she can do what she wants, but maybe you want to block her and like not have contact to her anymore, you know? Except you, but we never argued about anything. I mean, if you can, like, if you're in the same friend group and like you meet each other, you can just be like, hey, like, is everything like fine? Because like I noticed like you followed everybody else, but not me. Like, do you like, is there anything wrong? Like, do you hate me or something? You know, I feel like there's also a valid question. But I think you know, like the thing is, we can always like pretend like we know for another person. We can always make up any like narrative for them, which like probably fits our own like narrative the best. So we can of course like just be like, oh, like she's a stupid ass bitch, you know, and with that sort of excuse that we're gonna treat her poorly or whatever. Or we can be like, oh yeah, she's probably into us, and then we treat her like sort of and harass her or something. Like, of course we could do those things, but I think the most reasonable thing is actually to just ask her and ask for clarification and be like, hey, I don't know what's going on here. Like, you want to tell me? And if it's a problem to you that you sort of like get ignored or something by her, or like that you feel like there's some hostility or whatever, you can also bring it up with the group and then just be like, hey, like I just want to say like I don't like feel like entirely comfortable with the group here because like I don't know what's going on with her. Like she's like super nice to everybody else, but like not to me, and I don't understand why. Because like I would like if I can fix something, like if I've done something wrong, you know, like I want to be able to fix it, but I just don't know. And I would like this to be like communicated about, right? And I think apart from that, like if you then sort of like pick consequences, like maybe I don't know, like as long as there's like no sort of clarification on this, like you don't feel like talking to that person, that's completely fine as well. I would just make that very clear to everybody and in the friend group as well and be like, hey, like I noticed like or like from what I'm getting, because you're like you don't follow me, you don't like talk to me, it's like you're sort of like have like a hostile attitude towards me, and I don't know how to fix that. I already asked you if you can fix it, but there seems to be like you don't want to answer me. So I just like don't feel like doing anything with you or having any contact with you because it doesn't feel like you want to have contact with me, you know. And then it's also completely fine. So I think having like open and transparent communication about this is the best way to go. Because then you tried everything, like you were open to any way how maybe you came across poorly or something, you know? Um, but I noticed that with other as well, and I'm starting to feel like it's my fault. It's not that much of a good looking, and I think it could be that. I feel like, I mean, of course, we can pin it on something as shallow as like looks. Um, but I think personally, I would rather try to ask those people if you did something wrong. Like if you notice that like everybody around you sort of like having that, and then like the girls around you are sort of like if it's girls only, for example, are like pulling back and like distancing themselves from you, um I would just ask, like try to ask them why and be like, hey, I noticed how like the girls around me are distancing themselves from me, and I would appreciate if you could give me a very honest opinion as to why, because I just don't know, like I don't understand it, and I would like to do better, you know. I think that's a very good way to get any sort of feedback. Apart from that, if it's like if you don't get any feedback that way, you can also ask your like your other friends around you who are in the same group and be like, hey, I noticed she's like distancing herself from me. like, do you know why? Like, can you be really honest to me? Because I feel like sometimes between boys and also between like boys and girls, and also between girls, it can be the case that people just don't give you like a really honest opinion because they don't want stress. Like they don't want you to be angry at them, or they don't want you to feel hurt or something. So they always just say like, yeah, I don't know, or just like ignore you and then not like avoid the conflict at all because they feel like it's going to be conflict. So in those moments, I feel like we need to take the accountability that we apparently came across to these people. Like we can't be trusted with the honest opinion. And this is a thing where we should think about for ourselves, like, okay, why could that be the case? Like, why could they not be telling me their honest opinion? Like, do they think I'm going to turn aggressive? Do they think I'm going to turn insulting? Do they think like there can be so many ways, right? And then coming up to those people and be like, hey, like, so sorry, but can you be like really, really like I personally request that you please be brutally honest to me as to why you're distancing yourself from me. Because I want to understand. I might ask her and she might lie me about something, but that won't change her mind if she hates me or not. She can come up with something stupid just to get out of the situation, but that won't change her opinion against me. For sure. But if it's like, so this is why I say like, you always need to try, right? Like she might also not do that. So, but if you feel like, okay, she avoided this whole thing already, I think a good starting point is to be like, hey, please be brutally honest to me. I'm not going to be angry. I just want to understand why you're distancing yourself from me. I feel like making it very clear like this, that you want this opinion and there's not going to be any like negative consequences for her, for like her speaking up, is, and then there also shouldn't be. Like whatever she tells you, you're going to say, thank you for your opinion. Bye. Like I need to think on this or whatever. Like whatever she says, even if it sounds insulting, because you asked her to be brutally honest. And if you got that opinion, then you can think about like if that might be correct, like if that might seem like it could be the case, like sometimes it can be very hard to get some information that we, for example, come across sexist or something. But it's very valuable information if we don't want to come across sexist anymore, right? So that we know how we can change ourselves. Or how we maybe just need to clarify like few simple things we say, or like how we say things, right? Like sometimes we can come across as aggressive or arrogant, and we just need to like put some tiny, tiny clarification in there, and then the whole meaning changes. So I would, like, if you notice it's a pattern around you, I would definitely make sure that when you ask, she knows that there's not going to be any like backlash from this, and that there won't be. Like, this is very important. Like, you can't get angry in that moment, because otherwise it's a scam, right? But that she feels like and understands that you really want her to be honest, even though that means being low-key insulting or like saying bad things about you. And that she feels safe doing that. That's very important to get this type of feedback. And if you still don't get any feedback, even though you ask like all of the girls around you why they're distancing themselves, ask the same way, ask your friends around you. and like ask them and tell them like, hey, be brutally honest with me, because I'm getting super frustrated about this situation because I notice like every girl around me is distancing themselves, and I really need to know why. Like I want to change, and like please be brutally honest why you think that is this way. Like just tell me. I don't know how I'm gonna do this without feeling angry about the situation. I mean, this is a way of like how, if you want the honest opinion, right? And especially when you say yourself now that like you don't know how you're gonna do this without feeling angry, then probably the people around you are actually scared that you're gonna turn aggressive or like angry and like or threatening or whatever when they were to tell you their honest opinion. And that's why instead they don't try to fix things with you because they know, oh, it wouldn't work, you would only get angry, and they just leave and like distance themselves from you. It's like we're not entitled to social contact. Like people don't need to have contact with us. Also girls, like they don't need to have contact with us. They don't need to want to date us or anything, right? Like we need to be a person other people want to date and have contact with. Like to be a good friend, we don't need like others, we need to be a good friend ourselves. So I think it's something maybe you need to work on. And it's completely fine to like not be perfect in this, and I think like everybody is struggling a bit. Um but it can do a big difference as well to like notice what type of person you are, and then like like say sorry when like you came you came across like aggressive or something. But it's the women who get distance from me. The other part is totally fine. I mean, then it might have to do something with sexism, right? And that they just like sort of interpret your behavior as sexist in a way or as unsafe in a way or something. Like usually people like don't distance themselves actively like with really ignoring us if they only like there's I don't know, especially if it's in a friend group where it's like also awkward, there's usually a bigger motivation there. But it's it's definitely part of your behavior why they don't speak up and why they don't tell you as well, right? Like I hope you do see that accountability. So I think just like asking that person to be like really honest and just saying like, hey, I noticed how you like distanced yourself from me in this friend group, and like I don't like I don't understand why, and I don't know if I did anything. And I know like I tried asking you and you didn't answer, so I just want to say like please be brutally honest, and like I won't be angry about it. Like I will maybe ask like questions because I don't understand in the beginning to like understand it or something, and then like really try to understand her perspective. Like don't what she tells you, like if she does tell you something in that moment, don't use that to make her bad in front of the friend group. Because that's shitty. That would be shitty. But just like, yeah, be like, hey, I noticed, or like to me, it seems like you're distancing yourself from me. And I already tried asking why, but there was no response from you. But I really, really would like to know, and I would like to fix this. So please be brutally honest. I swear I'm not going to be angry or anything. Please just tell me. Because like getting like an honest opinion from somebody is actually something we rarely get from strangers actually. Like I don't know if you guys noticed, but the best opinions you get from like people who know you very, very close, because like when they're like honest, like if they're able to be honest and very close, right? Right? Because like otherwise we have like strangers don't know us enough to give us like really good opinions. Like they can sometimes give us opinions about like very specific behavior, which is like a momentary thing, but they can never really give us opinions about like patterns we have or something. But if we have patterns, or like how to really get better in sort of a way where like things get talked about, which are stick around more often because they're a pattern, or like these like tiny things, or like characteristics or something, like this type of feedback we can only get from people close to us. So it's really important actually to in order to be self-aware and get this type of feedback from friends, right? It's really, really important to be a person which takes this feedback well, because people learn instantly how you deal with feedback. And if they see because somebody else told you something and you were instantly like insulting, or like how can you say this or something like this, they will not try again. Like most people won't try again. Most people will either instantly dip out of that friendship and be like, okay, I've seen the red flag, bye, like I'm not invested enough to change anything about this. Or they will just like not say anything about this. And then there's very rare people who notice something like this and check you in the moment, even though they don't really know you yet. And they're like, there's no big commitment to the relationship. So it takes something, it takes effort. And this effort is, I can only recommend putting that in to really be a person where people can be honest with. I'm like that, by the way. I never give second chances because nobody gave second chances to me as well. That's probably isolating. Like, I feel like not giving second chances is a very unresilient type of connection style. It can be very like it can form very fragile attachment, like depending on what you phrase as like a sort of what you define as a second chance, or like what you define as like needing a chance for, like the like if it's only big things, okay, for sure, right? Like we don't need to gamble with those. But if it's like even about small things, or like the smaller these things aren't, it's like a sort of like it's a slippery slope there, or it can be. um it can be very isolating. It can lead to a life where we just like reject everybody and never give a second chance to everybody, except to people who like technically just like lie to us, or like don't really let us into their life, but only have like very shallow connections where like mistakes can't really happen because like you don't really, you don't have that type of connection where like there's anything as deep or intimate enough, or like as much contact that like there's a high chance for mistakes. And then it can just be very isolating. I don't know if this era is oversensitive. Like I don't like generalizations like these. But maybe I don't know. I think it's actually so hard to tell how we perform in regard to like other generations before. Um, what sort of like populism, for example, and also like fascism shape is definitely a lot of like judgmental behavior and elitism, and that then is not really like sensitivity, but actually more that it's like black and white thinking, and there's no space in between. And hi, Luna, by the way. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? All right. I read through like all the past messages. By the way, I wanted to say like skills just before you leave. I wanted to say this like you changed your nearest gas station because you like the cashier. It's like so cute, by the way. I've seen some studies from psychologists. I simplified it because it's hard to say all in one message, but I meant people who don't really go through any hardship, but say they got trauma from this or that. And on the other hand, a lot of people who really struggle and don't open up because others will put these groups into one box. Yeah, I do think like for sure like with more mental health awareness, we definitely shaped a lot of very positive things, but there's for sure also like a lot of like self-diagnosed people out there, right? Where it's just um not uh yeah, not as helpful. There's also a lot of diagnosed people who just like use the diagnosis as an excuse for like everything, right? And it's also not helpful. I feel like it's just one of those things where like I don't know, like in society, talking about stuff and like being open in this communication about these things always um requires um people to just try because there's always going to be black sheep who like overuse it or who excuse themselves with it or whatever, right? um I feel like I don't know, we just shouldn't judge a book by its cover, and I think there's also sort of like where I came from with like this is like there's a lot of like black and white, right? Because of like populism. Um and then also like fascism and elitism It's just with this black and white, there's not much space to just talk about it and just see the individual. Um, but yeah, it's just more judgmental. And I feel like, I don't know, it's, we just need to have that space to talk to the individual instead of like seeing a box and then being like, oh no, this is bad. Mm. I mean, has you, this is why I say like try and talk to her, like try and like ask her and get her opinion. Because in the end, we can't know what why that is. Like it could be that she actually like likes you and is like not following you because she has a boyfriend and like don't want to, like doesn't want to be confused with that, or it doesn't want her boyfriend to be confused with that. It can be that she like that there's some miscommunication between you guys, and that she like doesn't feel safe with you. It can be that she doesn't like know you yet enough, or that there was like one thing a friend said, which made her like worry or something, right? There can be like so many different possibilities, and this is why I really think like you need her opinion, and especially if there's like a pattern which like multiple girls around you do to you, then like just try to get their opinion, like ask all of them, and try to have an opinion there. And you can like in the beginning you can ask normally, and if you like don't get any answer then, and they like just don't answer at all, then like definitely like do say like, hey, like I know this might be hard, but like please be brutally honest with me. Like I just want to know why. Like I'm like for sure it's not gonna like it's gonna be fine. Like I won't fault you for whatever you say, you know. And like really try to get that opinion. Um, and on the other hand, you also like technically like you don't really like if you want to fix that situation, right? And if you want to like have a different situation there, then like yeah, putting that effort in, trying to find out what's wrong, fixing that is gonna be the way to go. If it's a thing where like you don't even care that like this is happening to you and like you don't give a fuck about this, um, then like don't, and then just like don't talk to them as well if that makes you like if that's your boundary and how you want to enforce that. So it really depends on like your goal for like the outcome of this. And if you want to like work on like resolving it, or if you just want to um, ignore it and ignore them as well. But I think if you care about it and if you want to know why, I completely understand. I would like to know as well. And then it's just asking and like trying to make answering as easy for them as possible and as inviting for them as possible. So that the chances are good that you're going to get an answer, right? So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Or they can also do it just for the sake of attention. For example, when I heard outside a girl or a boy say something that has no relation to any trauma whatsoever and saying they have it so hard, etc. I'm sitting there almost laughing inside because I feel like I don't deserve help, even though I'm uh, on the verge. It's like, I mean, of course, I understand your perspective on this. If like you have it like super hard and they say like they have it hard, but at the same time, right? It's like there like moments in your life can be hard, right? And we don't need to, like, very many different things can be hard, and what for one person would be super easy can be hard for the next. We don't like, I don't know, I don't feel like we need to judge somebody or to judge how hard somebody has it when they say they have it hard. Like, I feel like we shouldn't use our own suffering as an argument to dismiss the suffering of others. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it helps us anyhow. Like, it's not making our life in that moment better, and it's not making their life better. Um so it's just one of those things where I don't feel like it's useful, because it only drives disconnection in that moment. Because, like, for example, like, to that girl or boy outside who would say something like this of like, oh, they have it so hard, in that moment where you're like, ha ha ha, they say it hard, but like, I have it so hard, it's like you're disconnecting from them, like you reject them in this moment. Where it's like, on the other hand, you could connect to them as well and be like, damn, I have it so hard as well, right? And it's like, it's such a tough time, and apparently for everybody, like, everybody is struggling. Like, you could connect to them, but you reject them in this moment. And that even though you don't even know them, right? And even though you only have this like very momentary picture about their situation, like, you don't know everything about them. So this is why, like, personally, I completely understand where you're coming from. Like, I completely understand how this is, how, especially if you have it like super hard yourself, how there's sort of, it's hard to feel compassion or empathy towards others. Um, and this is why it's like way easier to like dismiss other people's pain. Also because you can't really like, yeah, like, just because there's like no space for compassion or empathy, because you can't be like confronted with those feelings, because those feelings mean something to you as well, which is like too scary to face. It's like, that's why we're not emotionally available for others in those moments. But it's not a thing where they made a mistake, right? So they don't need to behave different. How am I doing? How was the party? It wasn't a party, like, we had the cousin of Zach over with her boyfriend, and we did like a bunch of stuff, and also like bird watching, and we went so much outside. It was so much. But yeah, it's good. And thank you for the follow, Has. I hope it's gonna go well. I hope you get the answers you want. I think it's, by the way, so interesting that Lucan and Dark Knight are able to connect about this like very specific topic so much. And it's also like what I really love about this stream. Like, we're not like a super huge community or anything yet, but even though we're not, we have like so much to connect to each other with. And I don't know. Indiana John, welcome back. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Be back in a second. Sorry for taking longer. I had to get a new towel because I threw everything in the washing. So, to explain myself, I don't mean people struggle with this situation. I so small, even though this can be divided like this, something small. My parents only gave me this month like it. Don't go for hardship, so they feel like this is really bad. It's hard for me to feel with them, if it makes sense. Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what I mean, right? Like, in those moments, it's like hard to like have compassion or empathy. But yeah, it's like not something where like they really need to change, right? It's just which has to do with our own capacity. So, oh, I see Indiana John. Hi, Kate. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Don't worry. Has this stream is for like so many problems. Um, and we always sometimes we talk about lighter things, sometimes we talk about harder things. And I feel like struggling with social connection is not an easy thing as well. So, hmm. Well, I sadly have no information on that Dark Knight. So I hope Lucan can give you some like good recommendations. And Hacker Update, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Welcome, Uncle Breton, and thank you for your nice message again. How you doing? And welcome, welcome. So, how has your week been, Kate? Are you doing well? Or nah? We always do sort of like a quick little mental health check-in, usually with everybody for like since the last week or since the last stream they've been here. So, also Corrupted, you're new in now. How are you doing right now? I like it here. What's the schedule of the stream? Schedule is this. We have like Monday and Thursday at 12 CET. Or like I don't know when the time is switching to CEST, like Central European Summertime. Um but yeah, it's like 11 UTC and 6 a.m. ET. So yeah, that's the stream we're going strong with, like the schedule we're going strong with. Um yeah. And at some point it's gonna switch to 12 CET to 12 CST. If I can say, I think I got pretty far since the first stream. Finally got a part-time job. It's not a big deal, but I'm glad because it was almost impossible for me to go outside earlier. Oh my god, I'm so glad, Drago. I'm so proud that you made so much progress. Like, I remember when we talked the first time, how you were very very hopeless actually with your situation, and we're sort of like, oh, like nobody can help me and everything is shit and everything is gonna be shit. So I'm really glad that you're doing so well now and that you're happy with your progress. I think that's really positive. I would actually like, um if I'm allowed to, Drago, I would screenshot that message of yours because I think it's like, I don't know, like I'm really proud of you, and I think this is like also like so nice to hear, and like really such a motivation to keep going. And I would love to screenshot it and like put it in the Discord channel where we have like sort of our stream, yeah, feedback, all stars, motivation to keep going or whatever, you know. When is the daylight saving switch in Europe? I have no idea. Oh, okay. So March 29. Then we're actually close to it, yeah. And the snowman badge. Oh, we should drink, yeah. We should drink some water. I'm gonna get some in a second. And Tainted Wisdom, thank you so much for the 20 stream watch streak. Let's go. And welcome back. How are you doing? Hmm. Yeah, I feel like that's not always bad, Drago. It's like at certain points, it's like, of course, like we shouldn't cope and like pretend like nothing, like we don't have any problems or anything, right? But I feel like listening to every intrusive thought and like pretending like it's like um, such an important thought and like completely like fully engaging with it is oftentimes also not really that useful. All cardio, no skill. Ooh, Indiana Jones. That would take me out too. But you survived. Welcome back. And welcome to the stream. You're studying psychology? Oh my god, I love that. Let's go. uh it's like I love the topic so much, honestly. Like I don't even think like you're wrong here really, because so often we have like really good talks about like super deep questions and everything. And I also love to hear like other perspectives. And of course, like especially also from people who are like studying psychology. So really glad to have you here, and I hope you're gonna like it. And good morning, good morning. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? And also, Kate, how you doing? We had I hope you had the question before where I was like sort of asking of like how you've been doing since the last week, how your mental health is going, or are you sort of like uh going through any goals or anything? 6 years. Oh, then you're already done with the bachelor now. Then you're already on the master, or how is your way going? Sorry, I asked this before, but when did you start live streaming properly in this channel again? Um, well, tough question, honestly. Like, like with this type of format, we started, I think, like October last year or something. Like, I think October. Yeah. But like before that, I streamed like a bit of gaming. So I'm actually like not sure, but like, yeah, I feel like once we started with this type of stream, I continued to stream like very how do you say it? Like very often again and very reliably. Yeah. So I guess October last year, we could say. If that's the answer you wanted. Most people who got far in life had a hard time in the past. Which helped them got to the top. Well, I guess really depends on like if you want to phrase it that way, I guess you can. It's also a bit of collection bias, right? Because we don't really hear from the people who didn't make it. With the main character syndrome, I feel like the main character syndrome actually is more so based on this assumption that like you only focus on you and you actually feel like the entire world focuses on you. So like from what I've sort of understand about like how main character syndrome like this phrase is like being used is more to describe people who are like, for example, like filming in the gym and like are offended with like when somebody walks through the picture because they're like, of course you have seen this. You did this on purpose, for sure. You're not just another human being living their own life and not giving a shit about me. No, you clearly targeted me personally because everything evolves around me. So in that regard, like going through a hard time, and like coming out on top is not really describing that aspect of it, right? Um, but yeah. But I understand how you mean it. I also got a weird confession. If you remember when I was talking about wanting a empathetic friend, I still have back in my mind the thought of wanting to find someone either on MMA trainings or now in my new job. It's weird. Yeah. So what's the confession? Crate is the most reliable streamer I know. Am I? What? Why? I'm usually like super unreliable. like, like I do agree that like I've like since I have the schedule, I've actually like for me personally, I'm at the peak of reliability. Like it's never been better than this in my entire streaming career. But I've known other people who just like stream every day since years. Like I don't know them, but I've like seen streamers do that. Have you grown the most since starting this type of content? Just curious as I start my streams soon with similar content. I hope we can collab one day when I'm closer to your level. Oh, I mean, you can like, first of all, we have the self-promotion like channel in the Discord, right? Like I hope you have that in mind. So when you do start, post your Twitch link in there. Like every time you go live or something, you can just post it in there. And because I think like content like this, there's like, okay, like there's, I would argue there's never too much. At the same time, it's important to uphold a certain quality, right? Because otherwise it's more harmful than helpful. Because otherwise you just help people cope instead of helping them change. And I think that's sort of like a balance which needs a bit of like trial and error to strike. But apart from that, like if it's not going into this like direction of like, oh, dating coach and like sort of like the dating coaches are known for, not specifically meaning it's dating coach you go into the direction of, but what dating coaches are known for is, for example, like lying about their success and like pretending like they're so perfect and they have everything like perfectly settled. Then also lying about their qualification and lying about like sort of being very over-promising with how something will work when you like follow their course, being like very definitively like, no, this is the best way, and like with this way you like for sure and everything, you know. But yeah. And I personally um I think I've grown the most before. Like like when I was in therapy, I've definitely grown the most. Like I wouldn't say I've grown the most since I started the stream. I feel like I've grown the most when I was in therapy. And like in the stream, like of course I learn, but I don't like I learn about the stream and about like how to make a community and how to um make a safe space and how to communicate in a way where like people understand me best and people are like sort of know what they're in for. So in terms of like being good at this stream, I for sure like I've learned the most in this stream. I wouldn't say I use the stream much as like therapy for myself. Like I can't, like I don't know, maybe that's like ignorant of me or something, but I don't like, of course it's like influencing me, like what we talk about and what we say here and what we like, you know, and there's like some great insights and I learn a lot for sure. um but it's, yeah, like it's in no comparison to actual therapy. Like it's actual therapy was definitely my biggest progress. Like this is progress, like everybody makes progress. And like because I'm like focusing on this topic, it's like more progress than people who like don't focus on making like personal progress, right? So I guess that way I would phrase it. Dating coaches sound like salespeople full of, yeah. The confession is like, I know I can't force, I just find someone when I want, but the one thing is still back in the head wanting to find a friend, etc. I mean, of course, right? That makes a lot of sense. So I don't feel like you need to confess on that or anything. Um, I mean, it's also like not really something where we were like, oh, you don't need that, right? We were definitely like very much like, okay, definitely, I see you need that. But you're doing something like really well already. Like you're in a club again where you like meet people, where you talk to people. And I mean, of course, like apart from um, being very very in very close contact with people because it's like MMA training and it's like that sort of club, right? Um, it's still just like you're working towards like having the possibility to find a friend because you put yourself out there. I mean, now that you have your part-time job, you're meeting even more people, right? So I feel like you're actually on a very good way to find a friend because you're putting yourself out there in society. You're putting yourself in the position where you might walk across that person who then turns into your friend. So you don't, I don't know, I don't think it's negative to want friends. I think it's only negative when we don't understand that we can't force anybody to be our friend, and it's also not going to be something which happens overnight, right? Like nobody needs to save us. We need to know how we sort of can fulfill our needs on our own. And of course, it's going to be easier with friends. So I think in that regard, you're doing actually like really well. Like you're in this MMA club, which is also sort of like fulfilling like some part of like wanting like physical touch, and you're also setting yourself up to actually get to know people where you're actually like getting buddies with, you know. And like maybe like at some point you're gonna have a friend where you're just gonna be like start with like saying like giving hugs for saying hi and giving hugs for saying bye. And maybe then later on you're just gonna be like, you know what, like I just need a hug today. So yeah. Thank you, Uncle Britain. I'm I'm interested to see you and like your stream at some point in your self promotion channel. um the only thing I because like this is you, I'm pretty sure. Um I like I don't want to sound come across rude now. But the message you sent in the stream feedback channel where it's like hope everyone's having a fantastic day and stuff, because this is the stream feedback channel, right? This message is not perfect in this channel, so I'm gonna delete that message. But like, don't worry, I'm not like mad or anything. It's just not the message for this channel. But I hope you post it in like in the general channel, for example. Like it would be a great message there. So yeah, just because I've seen it now, to just clarify that in person, so there's no miscommunication. Don't worry. Like there's a few channels which have like very specific purposes. In the other, like in the, and these are usually the like do first, like in that upper category, like and in the stream category, like those are usually the channels which have like a very specific purpose. And then like everything which is in basic and games and groups, this is everything like just like share your stuff. It's like there's a topic, but it's like not that important. But yeah, don't worry. Yeah. It's definitely also something like worth training to be emotionally open to your buddies and give them hugs. Um, to be a support system for them as well. Yeah, rejection can be really scary. All right. I'm glad you joined the Discord. I hope you're gonna like it there. We have a good news channel. Where we have like a bunch of like good news to like keep us balanced. And yeah. But yeah, Asta, I think with like being scared of rejection is like it's super normal, right? We just have to put ourselves out there even though. And I mean, of course, you don't need like to like want physical touch with others. You know that, Asta. But I think you don't need to be so so scared of like putting yourself out there when you just communicate like right away where your boundaries are. I think, for example, especially if like physical touch is not a thing for you, like communicating right in the beginning that like physical touch is like a no no, and just speaking up for yourself better and speaking up for your boundaries and setting your boundaries very clearly is gonna help you a lot to feel safer in social environments. But yeah, it's like you know your case, Asta, right? You've been through a lot, and I hope with the help of the therapy you're going through right now and the therapist you have right now, knowing you connect way better with her than with the ones before and feeling seen and heard. Um, I'm interested to see which progress you're gonna make. Dragu, things like these are also very subconscious, right? So just like, of course, I took you like the person who wouldn't like use this as an opening to like do something weird. Um, but um, yeah, it's just it's a very subconscious thing sometimes. It's very normal. So also can have to do with your childhood, for example. Sometimes it can also have to do with the things people wear, right? So, for example, physical touch on naked skin can make like a big difference to like physical touch on like, for example, like when I hug you now, it's gonna feel different than when I like I don't know, like don't like only have like a tank top on. So like this difference between like is there clothing in between or is it like skin on skin contact is actually also very very big. So I'm just saying it could technically be a difference and then like I don't know and this is sort of like the edge case, but like this has like a lot of different influences and one of them can literally be as basic as like girls wear like shorts in training which are like shorter than the ones for men or something or stuff like this, And yeah. So Don't worry too much about it. I don't think you need to overthink it. If you do think it has like there's sort of like a resistance maybe with like other men or something, that then it's definitely worth exploring to like sort of prove to yourself that other men aren't scary and you can also open up to them. I can't imagine myself asking for a hug or opening up to someone, but it might happen. I mean, I think I'd say um, no if someone asked me if I wanted to be hugged. I mean, maybe you can just try for yourself to give yourself the goal. Like, if it doesn't feel too far at the moment, I mean, it's your own pace, you need to make that decision. But maybe you can just try to say yes if somebody asks you if you want a hug and just see how you like it. And like then decide if you're gonna say yes the next time or not. But just give it a chance, and see if it seems positive or if you're not that much the fan of it. There's like with certain dogs, for example, some dogs like connection, but they don't like physical touch. And how it can show is, for example, that they don't like to be pet, or they're sort of. It's actually a very common situation sometimes that a dog wants, like, is very happy to see you and sort of wants connection, but at the same time doesn't want to be pet. And then you see them when they like, you always like, when you reach out to pet, they like always like run away, but then like come back and are like super excited the entire time. Like they wiggle their tail and everything. They just dodge every hand who's like trying to pet them. And this is, so it can be a very natural feeling actually to want to be close to somebody, to connect to somebody, to feel positive about somebody. But on the other hand, want personal space and not be touched. Right. And I've seen like a tiny documentary or something once with like a dog trainer who had a dog who like went through some trauma or something. And in the beginning, they never touched the dog. They never even tried. And they only sat there, and time after time, sort of the dog came closer. But like even though the dog was like laying right next to them, they wouldn't make any advances on like touching the dog. And that literally gave the dog this like confidence and reassurance that like my boundaries are being seen and my boundaries are being met, and I can come closer because it's safe, because I won't be touched. Like just because I come closer doesn't mean that I want pets. And because of that, this dog was actually able to then like come closer and closer and closer and engage with this human closer and closer. And at some point, even trust the human enough to want short cuddles, but then like instantly also know like, okay, but once I like turn my head, he like instantly stops. And then like I still, like I like my boundaries are being seen. So yeah, it's, I don't know, like sometimes we don't really understand, but like yeah, like feeling close without being touched is not so abnormal like we think. Like it's, I don't know, it's very normal to like not feel like a hug but feel like sitting next to each other, or for example, like I have this with Zach sometimes as well. That like I don't want to do something with him, but I also don't want to be alone. Like I just want him to be in the same room, and that's close enough. But this is like then I'm also like happier than if I would be in the room alone. So sometimes we just have like, I don't know, like we're just weird because humans are weird. I thought for a second, Judith, like, that was random. All right. See you later, Uncle Britton. Bye bye. And hi, Caleb. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I mean, Dragu, you go about this with your own time. I think it's not as specific in these moments. Like I notice how we're having miscommunications when there's a statement like, "Oh yeah," and then like at some point maybe you open up to them, and it's like, "No, no, no, like not to these, maybe to someone else, but not to these." And it's like, it's not. It doesn't have to be those. It's just this idea of like you start here and like small steps and then it gets better and better and better and better and better, you know? And then if you ever like feel like opening up to the people around you, you will. And you won't be held back by fear or anxiety or this feeling of like unsafeness. But you will be able to decide for yourself out of free will if you want their connection or not right now. It all makes sense when shit called life so hard. Like it's Minecraft on hardcore difficulty. I know, I know. I mean, the thing is, right? It's I feel like technically life wouldn't need to be so hard. I think it's actually like a few different things coming together. I think for one instance is our bodies and how we were made essentially is made on the premise on of survival, right? And the best survival chances. Like that's why we turned out the way we turned out today. Like the people before us lived, and that's why we're like them, right? It's not even completely optimized to survival chances. It's literally technically only what survived and we're like them now. Because we just sort of like it's like close enough to survival chances, right? So essentially we're made for survival, not for happiness, right? So these are very like two different things for sure. And I think sort of understanding that makes a lot of sense. So for example, with the like if you look at mice and if you've ever seen like mice outside or something, like they always run, right? Like there's something tiny moves and they run. And it's with like so many animals, with like birds, with cats sometimes out of nothing, and they run. Because like they don't like it's not really their bodies don't really care if they could be more relaxed or like hey like nowadays like you're like this is just a human or like when in this regard or like even if you like um sort of like have birds in like an environment where there's like very less like not many predators and like a very low amount of threats, it's like they're still very attentive and very aware because their bodies that they don't really like it's not really a priority for them to make this difference if the fear in that moment is worth it or not. It's like if you ran away 100 times, even if only one time of those would have killed you, it's positive, right? So in that regard, we're also like a bit sort of like because we're made for survival. It's like having fear or like being scared of something, having anxiety of something. It's like it's not really negative, right? It only like long term it's negative. For like being happy, it's negative. If like at some point, if you can't go into like rest and digest anymore, then it's negative, right? But as long as you live, it's always net positive. And I feel like because of this, resilience is actually so important. Like resilience is the name of the game. Like when you ask like where can I max my happiness, I feel like resilience is the skill to max happiness. Because there's always gonna like always something is gonna happen or you think something is gonna happen. But resilience means you come back from it. Like whatever is being thrown at you, and also like we don't know what the future brings. Like nobody does, right? We don't like understand all of the world yet. And probably never will. So resilience is really the name of the game. Like standing up again and trying again. Like there's gonna be somebody who's gonna reject you and then standing up and trying again. And because that's also like the name of the game for survival, right? In general. It's like, okay, that didn't work, but you're not gonna be like, oh no, it didn't work. Well, now I don't have food. I'm gonna starve. Sucks, you know? It's like you're gonna try again. Like you're gonna try so many different things until you succeed. So I feel like in that regard, just resilience is the name of the game. And hi Grace, welcome. How you doing? And also like being social. We're social animals after all. Like society made us like survive this long. Yeah. Exactly, Fakerman, something like this. A 40 statue. Oh my god. Yeah. You have the urge to deep clean your apartment? Have fun, Fluffy. I did that like 2 weeks ago or something. It feels good. I can just tell you it feels good. It's gonna look really bad in between, but it's gonna feel good. So I hope you're gonna enjoy it, and I hope it's gonna be easy to be productive. Or easy to make a lot of progress. Well, whoever made this weird game, you should have made definitely Zen more happiness based. I mean, it's interesting though, right? Because so first of all, like so if we leave religion out, we just exist because we survived. But I think it's actually really interesting how we got so, let's say, good at the game that we now actually. Oh my god! Thank you for 5 gift subs! Thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh, Luna got one in Dark Knights. And Drew and Tyler And Maggie Tech, thank you so much, fan, for 5 gift subs. Oh my god. Thank you for the support. This is only possible because of you guys. So thank you a lot. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate the support so much. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoy your emotes. Where was I though? Yeah, so we live because we survived, essentially. Like, we're here because we survived. And apparently we survived that good that now we can have different goals than survival, right? Like, now we are able to have goals like happiness and stuff like this. So I guess what I'm trying to say with this is, over the course of history, we changed a lot, right? And so how we really achieve happiness in today's day and age is like nobody can like really know, especially also because it's a very individual thing, right? Like, what is happiness really? Like, it's very ambiguous. Like, there's not really like, oh, you just do this and that and then you're for sure happy. Like, there are certain things where like more people are happy than not, and like we sort of like we have like good chances that we're gonna feel happy if we do this, but it's also a very individual thing. And I feel like, personally, it's so interesting because it really shows how we got to a point where now actually our goals are changing, and our goals are changing from survival to, yeah, like enjoying life and like, or creating something in life, or like finding purpose in life and things like these. And how our biology is just not completely keeping up with it. And I think one of the things which is so nice about this is actually that everybody can hold wisdom in this question. Like, everybody can have a piece of the answer to this puzzle. Like, it doesn't matter how smart you are, it doesn't matter how rich you are, or how powerful you are, or how many things you own, or how much food you have and how secured your like life is. Like, there's everybody can have a piece to this puzzle, because happiness was sort of like low-key like a tool, right? Like, happiness makes sense. So for example, like why we get happy after sex, it makes sense, right? For survival, like it's beneficial because then there's motivation. But sort of knowing that happiness was a tool for survival is like, I don't know, like at this point we're getting like really like 5D chess. So I don't know, like I really love the question, or this mental game of like, okay, like how does happiness look like? Like, how do you find happiness? How do you make the best out of your life? Like, how will you not regret life or something? Because it's so individual. Like, it's really like, it's one of those discussions where like it's, you can discuss with everybody, you can ask everybody, and everybody's gonna tell you something where you can't just be like, no, so wrong. And this is what I really love, because this question can connect you to everybody. To everybody on this goddamn planet. It doesn't matter the age, it doesn't even matter if it's a person or an animal. It can connect you to everything. And I really like that. because it sort of is that one thing in our society where no matter how hard capitalism tries, it's not, you don't need money for it. Money is definitely beneficial, don't get me wrong, but you don't need it. Because it's so close attached to our biology that everybody can have it. Even a person which is locked in. And I don't know, I think I just personally really like that. Because it's something like it's sort of like, it's a skill check for sure for everybody, sort of, to maximize that, to optimize it, all of this, right? But it's not impossible for anybody. And that's what I really like. That's so cute, Faker Mink. What's for dinner for me? I don't even know, actually. And hi, Matthias. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Indiana John with, and we're talking hands here. I guess being alive means being not done yet. I mean, being alive just means survival. It's just, yeah. It's all about survival, and I feel like, I don't know. We can all shape the life we want. Yeah. I feel like it's like this question, definitely I agree, Faker Ming. The question wasn't as actively around, and isn't as actively around when we look at people who are like fighting for survival, for sure. But they can still have wisdom about it, and they can still have happiness. So this is, yeah. So it's, as a question, it's not like actively like as in our heads or something, but I feel like this question has always in some way, shape, or form been around. And I feel like there are so many different answers on this planet, and so many religions actually also work around that question of like, how do you find happiness in your life, like how to be a good person to then get a good life, you know? Or like, I don't know, like the gurus like back in like India, you know? Or the monks in like a monastery in like China or something. It's, there's so many different perspectives on this, and I love it. I love it. Yeah. I think I found the solution. I'll just copy Buddha and how he got enlightened, and I'll know all the missing pieces of unhappiness, how to finally get therapy or how glow. This is so. When I think whatever we do, whoever we follow, we will always get more information, right? So we will always learn. Finding the happiness by copying somebody who's happy doesn't work, because like our happiness is going to be different than their happiness, right? Trying things other people have tried. So for example, like when you say like I'll just copy Buddha and how he got enlightened. So for example, if we would like also put that on like I'll follow like Leah and like how she got enlightened, you know. And then like a big part, for example, would be like therapy and introspection. Like if you go through that, it's not the same way, because it's like a very individual way, right? It's sort of like a like you take a um it's like if you do find your personal answers instead of if you do the answer, is then like still sort of dependent and taking into account that you're an individual. And that can work really well. But yeah, it always needs to have this individual component which is going to be fitted to you personally. It also really is a question of like, how do we want to find happiness? Because I feel like we can find happiness in multiple different ways, right? Like a person who's still traumatized and like didn't go to therapy, didn't do all of those things, these people can find happiness too, right? So it also sort of depends on what are our expectations for our life apart from happiness. Like which sort of niche do we want to find our happiness in? And this again sort of like shows how individual it is. So for example, if somebody would tell me like, oh, like you could find the same like before therapy, like you can find the same happiness without therapy and without like going through all of these like trauma and everything. And just like finding your happiness by still sort of like just, you know, like dipping some friends because like something happened which like you couldn't resolve, and then you just like go apart from each other, then you find a different friendship, you know. Like I'm not gonna say like you can't find happiness there, but if somebody were to tell me, oh, like you could also choose that way, I don't think I would have chosen it. Because I wanted to find happiness having sort of gone through that process of resolving those past things. And I feel like that's also a part actually of why I found happiness this way. Because happiness is so tightly connected to ourselves that it has a lot to do with our own expectations of like how we want to find happiness. So, yeah, big topic and complicated. But yeah, it's usually looking inwards to then see what what you're looking for. She would know I had met someone when I tidied my room, so I never tidied it. Oh my god. No. But yeah, if you mean it in that regard of like you can find happiness in like many different ways, then like exactly like this like house style maybe is like out the window, but you can still find happiness. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that's really nice because it just means it's never too late for happiness, you know? I mean, there's a lot of like monks are wait, like they do call that monk as well, right? But there's just a bunch of different um monks. Yeah, there's also Chinese monks. And they all are called monks as well, so or at least from what I can find. I don't understand the jokes. So gotta explain it. But exactly, like not all of those are like on the like based on Buddhism, I think. Mm, thank you. Hmm. The other thing we sort of know about happiness is that it's not sort of this like goal at the end of the tunnel, right? But that it's usually like a very sort of daily and doing something daily for it type thing is. Oh. Huh? So they like never. So when was this? But I thought they have like different types of um philosophy. Like these like Chinese monks, I mean, are like these like Shaolin temple. Ah, okay. So all of them is the same. It's the same like Buddhism or hi Tyler. Florida is currently 49 degrees in Florida. Absolutely freezing outside. Oh, how much are 49 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius? Oh, it's 9 degrees Celsius. I mean, that's not much. It's, I think, roughly the same with here. Yep. It's the same temperature here. I'm also freezing. For other Dutch people, this would be a perfectly fine temperature, but I'm always freezing. Different schools of philosophy. I guess don't know much about the Sun Tzu, etc. Yeah, I don't like. I thought like they would like just because it's like so far apart, right? Like I just like usually we just know that like people do their own stuff, you know. Is there anyone who likes watching Doctor Who? Yeah, I did watch it. I don't like regularly watch it though. Why do people believe fictosexuals and people who love fantasy and have imaginary friends? This is all a sign of trauma. Like, is that already your answer? That like sort of or I mean, I feel like people bully like really about anybody. No. Like I feel like it's like such a like I think it's a really tough question because it's just one of those things where like bullies usually just bully literally anything around them. Um so it's just like, all I can think is narcissism. That like people only bully because of narcissism? Or like how do you mean has foundry? Hmm. So essentially you want to know what like why people bully that? I feel like there's like I don't feel like you need to have like narcissism to like bully other people. I feel like bullying is very I don't know, like it's super common. Um and it also sort of like depends on like sometimes it's also really just like miscommunication, sometimes it's like socialization of like people, right? And then like with kids especially, but also with adults, it's just I don't know. I feel like usually the bullying is more about the bully than what they're bullying. Um, I do think that like a lot of people just don't understand fictosexual people, and I also like I'm personally also not familiar with the topic. But if you say like it relates like people who are fictosexual, relates to trauma a lot, then that would make a lot of sense, right? Um, and I feel like, I don't know, this is sort of what I think is like very common when people feel like a person is not trying to like overcome their trauma, but just sort of, um, just like, yeah, just stick with it. I feel like that's sometimes something which like people criticize and don't understand. Right. Hmm. Yeah, it's like really like I definitely agree with Indiana here. This it's like I wouldn't like with like bullying, I wouldn't worry about like why do people like bully me, but it's just like yeah, like when people bully, they're just bullies. And sometimes people don't bully, but like are just sort of like low key just don't understand the topic and like maybe make rude questions or assumptions. But then it's more of like they just don't understand, you know? Um but I don't think everybody who like bullies you needs to be narcissistic. I also don't think this is like helpful in any way, right? Because it wouldn't help um that you're being bullied. But I'm sort of I'm a bit confused how I can help you in this situation because it feels like you know that you like don't deserve to be bullied and like of course like you know, but at the same time I also get this sense that you're trying to um how's the word in English? Give me a second. Ah, fuck, how's that word? Um oh, I don't know it right now. It's gone. But I completely understand that, like, with like having trauma, being divorced, having had like terrible relationships and everything, and like autism, bipolar, and BPD, it's just that you've like given up on like any sexuality or like are not even interested in like any sexuality with like or like romance with an actual person, but just don't want to open up in that way and have made your complete peace with being fictosexual. You want to start awareness and movement. What what usually happens? Like, how do you want to how do you want to better the situation? Because when you say like you're like being bullied pretty bad, like is there like do you need to be around those bullies? Like, I feel like personally, sexuality is something where we don't need to tell everyone because it's like really like usually none of people's business. Um, and maybe especially because like fictosexual is like I wonder. Education definitely goes a long way. Is fictosexuality sort of like officially sort of uh, accepted or whatever by the movement? Because from what like I've never heard fictosexuality before. I'm gonna be honest, and to like to me it seems like it's like it could be super close to asexuality, sort of, or like honestly that you're technically straight, but you're just like, yeah, like with trauma and everything, like you're not interested in anything anymore. Because from what I understood, at least, with like most sexualities, it's like with like asexuality, bisexuality, and everything, it's like usually the premise is more so that it's like sort of like a personal, it's like what or who you are attracted to. Um, but like naturally, if that makes sense. Like I haven't seen these be used in cases where like because of trauma um there's a blockage, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like I feel like connected to this to the history, like being only into fictional characters makes like so much sense. But I don't think it's a way which is like usually um like a category we use, because like with the other categories, at least like how I understand them, they're like um they're just like nothing has to have happened, you know. Whereas like I don't know, like with the fictosexuality, it seems like one of those things where like if if there wouldn't be an explanation, it would be more so called like asexuality now. But I'm not that deep into the like queer movements. I also personally don't think it's like that. We need to be like super specific here. It's not an illness, which is how a lot of people treat it. Okay, I'm struggling with that actually, because the way you described it actually seemed like it's more of like it more so comes from like having trauma and like having sort of like more in that direction of like a disorder in that regard, and that's why you're fictosexual. You know what I mean? So, like, the way you described it to me actually seemed very much so that, okay, like, if, like, one would, like, be able to, like, fix the trauma and everything which happened and whatever, like, you wouldn't be fictosexual anymore, but you would have, like a, let's say, regular sexuality, like, straight or whatever. So, in that regard, I'm, like, super confused now because you say, like, oh, like, it's not. I'm I'm sorry, but I can't help you with these yeah, anime sexuals and robosexuals. I haven't read up on this personally. And I feel like I need to read up on this like from scientific resources. Because it seems to be one of, like, to me it feels like a thing which could also just have to do with yeah, with trauma and disorders instead of actually being like the biological preference. I mean, if you have like really good resources on this, I would love to see them. Like if you could like see the like join the Discord and just like send them in the Discord. We have a channel which is called like LGBTQIA. So you could just like send all of those in there. And then I can like look over them and just like read into them and educate myself there. Um and then like I'm just like, the thing is, you know, we like from the way we sort of like talked about this, and I feel like we sort of should clarify here that like, is there something you specifically like want in this moment? Because the last thing on like the last thing I know from you is that you sort of like, you feel like you want to start like awareness and like educate people. So, but like, this is not usually what we do here, that like somebody comes in here and like just like starts awareness or educate people. Like, usually what my position is here, that I help you in the way you need help. So I'm sort of like sitting between the seats here because I'm like really confused if I should help or what I should help with. Like, should I tell you that you're valid, or that you not wanting to be bullied is valid, or like, like, what is the task you like, what is the thing you want from me here? Like, do you only want to like educate us here, or do you actually want something from us, like emotional support or guidance, or like any sort of like tip how to deal with the bullies, or how to deal with the emotional impact from this like bullying, you know? You still have soft toys from childhood? Well, depends, actually. Most of these, I don't think is actually anything from childhood, I'm gonna be honest. Like, these bees I crocheted myself. So in terabytes, do you mean like from like Harrods Foundry you want to be get like acknowledged, or from who? And hi, crying baby, welcome, welcome. How you doing? I actually don't know if I have any like plushies from childhood. Okay, that's a different discussion. I'm just gonna leave you to that, Dragu and Indiana John. But yeah, Hearts Foundry. So do you know what we can actually like give you here? And like how we can be there for you in this moment? And terabytes again. Do you mean you want to be acknowledged by like Hearts Foundry or me? Why do you think Western society is struggling with mental health? Well, I feel like our global politics right now are like really stressful, and I think we're not only now struggling with mental health, um, but we just for a very long period of time haven't really adjusted our medical system to be able to give out care more often, and then with COVID, that was a big hit, and now with our sort of globally more stressed state, that's also not really easy, especially if like there's so much information online you can find, and like so many ways how you can just isolate yourself and be in an echo chamber. So I feel like in essence it's really about this connection at the moment, what we're struggling with, I feel like. And because of this connection and connection becoming hard, I think our mental health is suffering too. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Esther. I did see it. I'm still wondering if we're gonna get like any answer from like Hearts Foundry or Terabyte. I dropped you a big intro message and you didn't reply. I thought, okay, cool. She's in the middle of something. Then I tried to offer my own version of help. It felt like I was typing into the void. You could have acknowledged any of the messages. That's all. Oh, sorry, buddy. I read through your messages, but because like so the first one definitely I was in the middle of something. So I missed that one completely. But then with the second and third, and I think that's second and thirds, like with the ones which were an answer to Hearts Foundry, I was like, okay, like this is an answer to Hearts Foundry. Like I'm not gonna go into that much because it's just an answer to them. It's not really something I needed to answer to because it was essentially asking the same question like I'm asking, right? Of like more clarification from like Hearts Foundry's side of like what's what we're sort of in for. So yeah. But I didn't mean to like be rude to you or anything. I don't know. I was like a I was definitely overwhelmed with Hearts Foundry like coming in with like so many um you know so many uh specific words and sort of expecting me to know what like all those sexualities are, and then sort of going into this talk about sexualities where I was like really confused like what is sort of the expectation towards me in that moment. So I was just sort of trying to answer, but at the same time noticing for myself how I'm confused and like trying to figure out what I'm confused about and what I like, how I can phrase that best and everything. So like I appreciate your like your effort in like um trying to also like put a word in there in that discussion. But yeah, like in my head I was actually more so going into the other direction of like, okay, but like what is actually the expectation towards me here? Is the expectation only to inform me and educate me? Or is the expectation that I now sort of say my professional opinion about um, these different types of sexualities and stuff? So, yeah, I was trying to get like clarification if it's more in the direction like you went of like going into this emotional burden of like being judged about something where like other people don't understand, or if it's in the direction of like am I like trying to be educated or not, or like what am I like what is going on? Yeah. So, yeah, don't worry. It was nothing personal towards you. And yeah, like the first message I just missed because it was so many messages in that moment. Yeah. But I just scrolled back, so let me see. Mm. We definitely do get a wide range of issues for sure. Like we talk about so many different things. It's crazy. Yeah. We also, at the same time, we talk about a lot of the same things as well. So it's actually like it's quite interesting how from time to time, like certain topics like circle back and like others are like completely new. But usually, like the big topics are sort of like same-ish. And then there's like specific topics which can be like completely different. So for example, now with the like fictosexuality and like the yeah, I'm not sure how to clarify that talk. Um because I'm still unsure. But uh that was really like this was the first time we talked about something like this or about this specifically. But then for example, apart from that, we talked about grief today and about the struggle of connection and happiness and what happiness means, and like those big topics are sort of around more often. Yeah, I'm working as my free time. As someone who studied psychology and which should have been a counselor in another life, I get the mission. Yeah, it's like definitely there's so many people who need help, and I don't know. I'm just trying to close the gap a bit, or like yeah, I guess do my part in that. Yeah. Must be tough to walk a line between those who need genuine help and those who seek attention. Yeah, for sure. Like it's one of those things where like this is why actually I don't try to bridge the gap to like everybody. The sort of the way I sort of went about it so far is actually to clarify the specific need of the person in that moment. Because usually the people who seek attention in that moment either actually like find out they have a certain need, and then I can determine if that need is one I want to fulfill with this stream or not. Or they like won't have that answer and then just dip out. So I don't know, like for example, like now with the ficto sexuality, like there was no sort of like feedback from like what the specific need is. And then also with that, sort of the talk was like over, which yeah, then sort of resolves itself in that moment. But this is sort of the way I usually go about things. So I usually try to not assume people want help just because they say something where I feel like they could use help, you know? Like I don't try to project on others in that regard. So I really try to be like, okay, what do you want from me right now, and do I want to fulfill that with this stream or not? And that's the, I don't know, this is how I experience the best way to actually deal with like anything being thrown at you. So yeah, that's how we handle it. Nigel Drew. Yeah, definitely post read stream, but I'm gonna look into it as well. I've been reading Jonathan Mead recently, and he makes some interesting observations about secular culture. I'm just gonna look into that too after stream, because I don't have the time right now anymore, guys. We're like around like 4:30 or well, actually we're starting at like 4 hours usually to start the wind down routine. Now it's 4:30, but we are always then starting the wind down routine. And yeah. How's my mental health? My mental health is actually pretty good. I had a physically exhausting, stressful past couple of days behind me, but also like really, really fun. We had like a cousin here, and we went out a lot, and that was really nice. Infinity immunity. We can go more into questions about me if you have some in the next stream, if that's okay. I mean, you can send it to me in the Discord, Terabytes. Or just in the next stream. Thank you, Terabytes. With this, just one thing I can say, like, whenever like miss a message from you or whatever again, to me, actually, it's like I'm very, yeah, I'm actually like low-key, like, I'm not used to yet having this many people in a chat and having this full of a chat. So whenever like I'm already like low-key like always pressuring myself to like read all the messages and get behind everything and whatever. But sometimes something slips through. So just know, like, it's never meant like rudely or whatever. Just like ask if I've like seen it, or like react to that message and be like, hey, have you read this? Or like send it again if I miss it. But yeah, it's it's always helpful if it stays like sort of there's some compassion for me having to like read after everything and then give like good answers, right? And not just any type of answer. Yeah. So I want some too, Esther, for sure. Send some over. I'm going to be honest, I feel one has to be able to handle things very carefully in matters like this, not just with academic qualification, but also holistic. Yeah, exactly. It's it's definitely a thing where like in situations where we feel like this is not the stream for this, or we're like not qualified here, we always refer to professional resources. This is definitely also not a stream which is I don't know, like telling people to be here instead of therapy. Like I'm like I personally had a very, very positive experience with therapy, and I wish that everybody else would have that same experience too. The stream is more going into the direction of um, being a very, very approachable place for people. Because sometimes I feel like people are scared to seek out professional help, or like don't know how professional help looks like, or feel like they can't ask for professional help yet because it's not bad enough or something. And since this place is so approachable, and since also like we are making use of this like sort of anonymous environment here, um, I feel like it's one of those places where people can speak up about something when they feel like they couldn't talk to a real person yet about it, or where they just feel like they need like another opinion. And um, so in that way, we're not trying to help people from start to finish, but more so guide them to the correct resources, and to the next steps they can do for themselves in order to yeah, fulfill their goals in the future. And we're always like with the stream, and sort of like with being able to like, because I feel like there was a bit of like a touch of like critique in there of like, well, you need to be able to handle chat and stuff. We're always adjusting to the like to the speed of chat and to the growth of this channel as well. Like this is I don't know, like we're not like a business, right, where we have like super many people behind this stream, and there's like managers and marketing managers and like whoever, and like I don't know, like paid moderators who are like going through everything, right? It's like it's me as a streamer, and then I have like two moderators, which help me a lot. And we always sort of discuss if there's like if we need to find new ways to sort of deal with the stream, or like make it work. But I just feel like it's always gonna be a thing where like we need the cooperation from chat as well. Like it's not a thing where we can like moderate to an extent where like how chat behaves doesn't matter anymore. Like it's always gonna be a thing where like people understand, okay, one person is talking now and taking a step back, or like waiting for me to like read through everything, or just like bringing the the awareness that this is like a one-man show, right? Um, and that this is also only a stream. Like, this is not your personal therapist who's in a one-on-one session with you, IRL, reading your body language and everything. This is, yeah. So, I feel like in that regard, it's just one of those things where this is a safe space because everybody takes into account what this stream needs, and that this is not just a regular Twitch stream. And yeah, I don't even think this is like negatively or anything. I think this is honestly just a fact. I feel like doing a stream like this where it's a safe space and people feel like they can be vulnerable wouldn't be possible if like chat behaves just however and like doesn't care, right? Like, this is not a thing I can do on my own, but where I need cooperation. And while of course we will always try to adjust to any sort of changes, so for example, like a month ago or something, it's not even long ago, like a month ago, we started with putting slow mode in, that it's like easier for me to like follow chat, and that it doesn't get like as full. And we are already talking about like different strategies for the future as well, and how are we gonna make sure that the person who tells their story is being heard while also not sort of neglecting other chatters. But at the end of the day, I'm just a person. So, and I also don't pretend like I'm not. And I feel like that's actually like, I don't know, like, you can of course be mad at me that I don't behave like I'm a superhuman, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's actually something positive because I don't pretend like, oh, once you played like mental health through, you're just a god under humans. Like, I don't think this is how it works. Like, I feel like having good mental health, being mentally stable, finding happiness and stuff like this is always a balance act. And I don't know, like, it's I'm gonna be honest, like, I feel like the sentiment of like, oh, streamers need to be like above humans or whatever, I think that's stupid as hell. I don't think that's realistic. And I also don't want to be part of shaping these unrealistic expectations. Like, I'm gonna have a bad day too, and I feel like honestly, this was one of the things where like when I went through therapy, that my therapist wasn't this like above human, but also just a regular person, made therapy better. Like, because I expected him to be better. But when he showed me he's actually just a regular person, I was like, oh, damn. I need to adjust my expectations, you know? So I don't think it's bad. So let me. Reg with paper kindness to access the server. I don't have that emote. Well, that's gonna be an awkward message for you then. But yeah. It's like, I just wanted to, like, yeah. Sorry guys, was rambling on for a bit. But yeah, I just wanted to like answer to that message because like, to me, it's like also just, I don't know, like, it's easier to address something if it's phrased a bit kinder, right? Instead of like, oh wow, I'm invisible. So this is the only thing I wanted to sort of touch on, of be like, hey, next time, you know, just give me a chance. Just like, trust in me. Like, you can believe me. Mm. Be as kind to yourself as you would be to your best friend. Yeah. That was honestly, that was one of those things where I really, um, like I've had this one so long, right? But only after therapy I actually understood what it meant, or like was able to do it. Let's say, yeah, I appreciate the terabytes. Well, by the way, if you also studied psychology, you probably came across like really nice resources. If you have any like resources you recommend, especially of course in the mental health sector, but also actually just in general, I have a resource list. I always collect um, good articles and stuff in. Wait, was that the wrong command? Ah, yeah. Well, always collect like resources and articles, studies, like really whatever is like interesting and helpful to people. Um, and so if you have any, let me know. Yeah. No, I'm Dutch. I'm not Dutch actually. I'm German, but I live in the Netherlands. Might be Dutch in a few years. Who knows? But yeah, same for me, Fake Mink. I feel like it's like I don't know. We started to expect so much even from like from live content, and I don't know. Like I mean, look where that led us on like social media, right? Where like everybody's using filters and everything. It's just I don't know. Like I don't intend to start with that here. Like I'm like of course I'm definitely like what I do, and I also like hope that you like all know that. Like I am very careful with my words here because this is a mental health stream, because this is a safe space. Like I put like it's not only like you guys obviously like putting the effort in to like make sure you phrase things at like in a way where like people are more likely to understand you and people are like less likely to feel like judged or whatever. So this is a safe space, right? Like I put that effort in as well. Like I of course phrase stuff where like I feel like I can say it with a confidence, like even though I don't know everything. Like I put disclaimers before stuff when I don't know and feel like this is only my personal opinion. Like I like even with like my own emotions, like while I still answer, I like sit on them for a bit, figure out like like how I want to address them or like how I need to address them and then address them. Like I think you sort of notice that I usually like come like when I address something, I usually come back to it after it's already been passed for like I don't know, like 5 minutes or something. Because I'm just like there in the moment still for you, and I'm sort of like going through these things like how, um, yeah. And I always adjust. Like every day, I learn how I want to address things, how I don't want to address things. Um, and hopefully, I'm gonna get better and better. We'll see, I guess. Yeah. But I really like I don't oh I really don't want ever to become one of those people who's like preaching the blue from the sky, and just pretending to be so much better than everybody else in order to be believed more or whatever. Like it's it's hard sometimes because it feels like sometimes you're being judged as you sort of need to do that or something. Um, or like it's like, of course, like it's also like enticing to do that, right? Because it seems like you would have like, I don't know, it would be like financially beneficial. But it's just one of those things where I really want to make sure I never fall into that. And it's also one of those things I feel like where you can naturally fall into if you are given a microphone. I don't know, like I'm not, and like I don't technically know, right? Like people go into this like in like multiple different ways, but I just personally like feel like sometimes when you give a microphone and you have like so much space to talk, you don't listen enough. And that's why you then like value your own opinion like so much better than anybody else's. Because sort of you're sort of in an echo chamber with like people who like you, because like people who don't like you won't be in the stream, or like are rarely in the stream, right? Um, so I sort of like try to keep that in mind to like uh to just like always like be steady and remember where my roots are and everything. But yeah, that also yeah, has to do with like being vulnerable and like also opening up to you guys, of course. Yeah. I feel like honestly like terabytes for me as well, it actually helped like when I would tell this to a friend and like sort of like tell them this situation, or like how would they sort of tell me to behave? Like how would my friends want me to behave, or like care for myself or whatever? And most of the time my friends would be like, "Hey, sit down, take a break. You're doing too much." Yeah, Judith. See you. I'm like I'm stopping the stream. We can do this before 5. Thank you, Indiana John. So, yeah, I'm not gonna do. No, I'm gonna do belly breathing too. I feel like I can use it too right now. I have a microphone, but none of you can hear me. Yeah, but I feel like I don't know. Like I also like I don't really know how like these like podcast bros, like those negative examples like everybody has in mind when you say like podcast bros, like how they sort of ended up the way they ended up. But I just always want to believe like they started with a good idea, but then sort of got too many fans, if that makes sense. Like too like not enough honest critical voices. So I don't know. Hyperventilation, belly breathing. Okay, yeah. Belly breathing in 2 minutes. 10 times in, 10 times out. Am I thinking about my mental health too, so you don't overdo it? Yeah, I do. Like this is actually like why like we have multiple there's multiple ways actually. Um because like to me personally, prevention is a big thing for being mentally stable. Um and so what I usually do to like really make sure I'm staying like mentally stable is have like a lot of like support networks. So, for example, like Indiana John is like trying his best right now, for example, to support me with ending the stream on time. And Esther does it as well, and Fluffy does it as well, and my husband does it as well. And then I have all my friends who I can talk to and like talk to if something is up. I have my mom I can talk to if something is up. And I don't know. Then also, for example, like the decisions with stream, I'm like talking through with my moderators as well, so I don't feel like I carry the entire responsibility. And yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of things I do. Also, like for example, that stream is like only twice a week, and that I take like extra rest before or after. It's like I don't know. It all contributes to just me staying in good shape, like mentally. So yeah, thank you, Bings. I mean, Bings, you're sadly like just coming in for like the end of the stream here. But what we're doing right now is actually like belly breathing. It's a really good exercise. It's also sometimes called like diaphragmatic breathing. Or stomach breathing, and it's an exercise which is commonly used for calming down from like an anxiety attack, or just like really like getting in touch with your body again if you've been like stressed out, or if you maybe honestly just struggle being in touch with your body. So for example, like for like autistic folks, it can be really really nice to like take a moment, step back, and like check in with their body, like what's going on, or like who for like anybody who struggles to be in touch with their own emotions and their body and what their needs are. um and yeah, with that, we are sitting down. Just you can be on the corner of your chair, you can like put your back against the backrest, doesn't really matter, but just sit in a comfortable position. Sit not like super slouched, but in a position where you have like space um for your upper body. And then you put one hand on your belly and one hand on your chest. And essentially you want to breathe into your belly. So you want your upper hand here to like barely move, but your like hand on your belly be like pushed out from like breathing in, and like be breathing in deep. And then you just take a deep breath, and then you can hold it for a few seconds. You can also nod. It's sort of like it depends on like how often you do this. Like if you're in touch with this and just like do it like super often, just do it how you like, you know. Like keeping the idea of this exercise in mind. But usually I just breathe in like very, very deep, and then just like hold it for a second or something. And then like breathe out. And when I breathe out, I like push my lips together a little bit, that there's like a bit more resistance. And then you breathe all the way out as well. And then you just keep going like this. You breathe in through your nose, you breathe out through your mouth. And if you want to do this to like calm down with like anxieties or stress, and like really want to use this as like a halt type situation to like stop, I don't know, any like harmful behavior maybe you're doing when you're like stressed out or something. So you want to make sure you like after you finish you're calmer. Then you try to count to 10 while you're breathing. So, like counting to 10 breaths. And every time you lose count or you think of something else, or like there's an intrusive thought, you just start over again. And of course, like at the beginning, this can be like super hard. And, you know, at some point, you might just want to stop and like try again next time. Um, but with this, the idea is that you only then actually are able to come to 10 when you're in yourself. And if you do it as sort of like more so to notice your body, you can also check in with your ligaments, how your feet feel, how your legs feel, how your belly feels. If you're thirsty, if you're hungry, if you maybe need fresh air or need to go out for a walk in nature, if you need to talk to a friend, if you maybe don't want to be at the PC anymore but want to do something else. Just sort of check in for all of those things with you. So before you end, you can still try and notice how your body feels. Because now we're stretching. And then you can do what you just noticed needs movement. I feel like shaking is so nice actually when you sat at the PC for so long. Like at the beginning, I felt like super silly, but now it's just one of those things where I'm like, yeah, movement. So let's start with all stars then, and then wrap up the stream. Got a bit longer today, but I feel like the end, yeah, I just needed like a little bit of clarification. So perfect timing, Drago. Very good. By the way, last stretch. I learned this from my chiropractor. If you sit at the front of your chair and then you just, like have your hands and like arms like hanging towards the ground, and then you just want to like stay in the same sort of depth here, like sort of shoulders like above your hips, but just like reach down from one side to the other, because allegedly, according to her, this gives mobility back to the lower vertebrae of your spine. And these are very often specifically the ones where you like start lacking mobility when you sat for too long. So this can be really, really nice. Okay. Danke, Didi. And yeah, so All Stars is something we do. Oh wow, Didi. Like, that's not a really good troll. I never sit too long. I've never rested my butt. I mean, that's kind of good because sitting for too long is unhealthy anyway. So All Stars is something we do always at the end of every stream, where we just sort of say our favorite moment of the stream. It can be something somebody else said, something I said, like a whole conversation about a certain topic. It can be your like one sentence or one joke or something, but just your favorite moment and like the moment you will remember the stream by, or like you want to remember the stream by, like the highlight of the stream, I guess. Yeah. My old says are researching psychology journal articles, love languages, social openness, discussing Doctor who and the cool wildlife we shared. So much. Oh my god. I love that. I would say my favorite part was when we talked about life as a game, happiness, etc. Oh yeah, the talk about happiness was really, really cool. I like that too. Oh, I see, Esther. Hmm. I mean, maybe there's like solutions which can be found there. My favorite part was about finding understanding and moving past frustration. Yeah, I like that too, actually. It was very like, just, straightforward. And I found that was like very nice. Um, it was like for Twitch, it's like a very, very special experience. No, we actually have those. I don't want to say it's like a special experience because that would shape your expectations in a negative way about Twitch. I do feel like our experiences here are like very wholesome, and there's actually more often than not an understanding. But I'm always happy if there is. I was not feeling well mentally during this stream. It became way better. I'm glad. Like, I hope the next couple of days is gonna be easy on you, Asta. Now that you have to like sort of like come back from this like manic episode and just, get everything in line again. I hope it's gonna be easy on you. But I'll bet you're gonna make it. And then we see each other on the next stream. For me personally, well, I mean, I gotta be honest, like, the 5 gifted subs from fan, like, that was a highlight. That was pretty special. That was really cool. I like that. It was just, I don't know, yeah. It was just like so unexpected, and that felt like really, really special and wholesome. And you all know I just gotta say that. um, it was out of nowhere, yeah, right? Literally. I was like mid sentence and then just. Like for the stream, all stars might be like doing better and progressing from a dark place before. Oh yeah. Like hearing about those like that progression from Dorgu was so nice, yeah. That was like a really, really happy moment. I think I feel like honestly talking about grief was really nice as well. Like I personally really liked how, because it's like a hard topic, right? And it's a very vulnerable topic. So I was really happy that, I don't know, Mumu just felt like comfortable enough and like vulnerable enough to say their part here and use this stream to get what they need and to get some ideas. And I can't wait to hear back how it's gonna go with her sibling and her friends, or like their sibling and their friends. I actually don't know, because I hope they're gonna find sort of companionship in this moment of sadness. And I always love grief as a topic, honestly, because it it starts out super sad, but we always come to this moment where we're like, grief is essentially just love and missing somebody. And I feel like, I don't know, it's in that regard, it's like a really, really rewarding topic because it starts out super like sad or, you know, but then it's like it turns out so positive in the end. Like it really ends on a high note, I feel like. And I don't know, I just really like that. I feel like to me it's like a bit, it's like showing a bit how life is if you're like not, if you don't get scared of the feelings, if that makes sense. You know, it's like big feelings and sadness and grief and everything can be like super, super scary and can be really isolating, but they don't need to be. And yeah, I too tried to tell you that you're the best streamer ever, I swear. Aww. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna put that in the stream feedback as well. Wait. Yeah. No. And this artistic thought that every emotional expression is just love directly or indirectly. Hmm, I see. I do like that idea. I don't see monitor, I have two. I have like another one there. This one is actually, it's like too high and it's like, I don't know, yeah, but anyways. Oh, I'm super bad with the short forms. Wait, let me. Exposure and response prevention. Yeah. It's so with OC. Oh, we don't. I really. Can we get into this the next time? Actually, is that okay? Because it's a really interesting topic and I love it and I would love to answer, but I do just need to get my rest today because we're already like going on for pretty long. So, but it's actually like I definitely have like also personal experience to that. So I would love to talk about this. So don't be discouraged to bring it up the next time, all right? Um mm, mm, okay, I'm just gonna. Okay. Jenny and stuff are not online, so I think we're just gonna go my way, you know. This sounds like perfect stream fit for the channel. Yeah. Actually, we're gonna go to Dashbox, wait. Or do we want to, wait, we can also go to QBunny. Let's go to QBunny. I will be here earlier next time. Perfect. All right, let's talk about this then next time. I can't wait. I suggest a countdown timer to let people when the stream is ending, just an idea. Yeah, we like technically we have like sort of like Indiana Jones telling, but it's always yeah. We're considering other options right now for sure. Maybe we just need to like do a pinned message if like stream is ending ads and then it's gonna be like I don't know. Definitely terabytes. Like this is literally me. Like if I'm in this moment, I could carry on forever. Like afterwards, I'm gonna crash so bad. But like if I don't like stop like properly, you know. But yeah. Anyways, all the important links. So we have a Discord, we have a YouTube where like all the VODs are being uploaded if you want to rewatch something. We have a shop where you can support me in my mission here and also get like nice stuff, you know. Especially like Pride merch and mental health stuff is usually like I make it as cheap as possible. And then I have like my resources list of like free resources online. So enjoy and see you guys next time. See you guys on Thursday. Ah!